Hello and welcome to the introduction for this course. What are the course requirements? You need a computer and internet connection to follow along with this course. Who is this course for? This course is for anyone who wants to learn something new. What is the course format? The format of the course is video. Hello and welcome to this video. This video is about how to download and install Python on Windows-based computers. To check if Python is installed on your computer, you need to open up the command prompt and type in the following command, which is python space -- version. I have got my command prompt open, so I'm going to type in the command python space -- version, and then you press enter. You should get this message displayed saying Python is not recognized as an internal or external command. This proves that you haven't got Python installed. So I'm just going to exit out of this command prompt by clicking on the X, and we have the website for Python. So this is the official website to download Python. The link is displayed on the screen. That will give you access to the download page of Python. So click on the downloads tab, which is this tab here, and the current version as of the time I am recording this video is Python 3.72. Next, you can click on the button that says Python 3.72 to begin the download. So click on that and the download should begin. So you can see the download here on the bottom left hand corner of the screen. So we'll give that a few minutes to complete the download. The next thing we're going to do is install Python from the downloaded file. To begin the installation, on the bottom left hand corner is the downloaded file. Just click on it to run the Python installation and you'll be presented with this screen. I'm just going to minimize the other screen so we can see the installation screen properly. The setup screen provides some information as to where Python is going to be installed, which it tells you this is where it's going to be installed for me. It also tells you what else is going to be installed. So it says it's going to install idle and it's going to install pip. Next, on the bottom here, we've got a box that says add Python 3.7 to path. Make sure you click inside that box to make it checked, and then once you've got that box checked, click on this install now button to begin the installation. So click and that should start the installation. Once the installation is finished, you will get the message saying setup was successful. You can just click to close the setup box. Next thing we want to do is check that Python is installed. To check that we have definitely got Python installed, we need to type in the following command inside the command prompt. So you type in python space, you do -- version, and then you press enter. And that gives you the current version of Python. You can see it displays version 3.72. So this concludes this video on the download and installation of Python. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I will show you how to install Python 3 on a Mac. By default, Python comes pre-installed with all Macs, but the version is quite old. So it comes pre-installed with version 2.7. The current versions of Python being used is Python 3x. So let's open up our terminal to check the version of Python that we have installed. So this is my terminal. So you type in Python, you do a space, -- version, and press enter, and that gives you the current version installed on your Mac. So this is a version that comes pre-installed. It is possible to have both version 2 and 3 installed, so version 2 and 3 can coexist on the same machine. So let's go over to the official Python website and download Python version 3x. X meaning the current version. As of the time of recording this video, the current version of Python, if you go to downloads, it gives you the current version. So the current version is 3.7.2. all right, so to begin the download, just click on the button and it will just drop the download in the download folder. We give it a few minutes to complete. You can see it here, it's downloading. So once that blue bar is completed, we know that it has completed the download. So just give it a few minutes to complete. So once the download is completed, you can see here it gives you a little brown box on the bottom. Just click on the brown box and it shows you what's in there, which is a PKG file. So it tells you open in Finder. So click this to open it in Finder. Now this is what was downloaded. So just double click on it and that will launch the installer. So I'm just going to minimize everything else so that we can have access to the installer screen. So feel free to read through what's on the screen. Click continue. You can scroll through and read through all this. It just gives you some important information about the version. Click continue and you can check out the history and the license if you've got time to do that. Otherwise, click continue and you need to agree to the license agreements before you can progress with the installation. So click agree and click install. It will prompt you for your password. So enter your password and click install. And you can see here it started the installation. So I'm just gonna give it a few minutes to complete the installation. Installation is complete. So these are all the stuff that it basically installs. So when you install Python, it also installs all this, the idle and everything else. So I'm just going to exit that at the moment. It's just telling you what it has installed. And then here it tells you the installation was completed successfully. Congratulations, Python 3.7.2 for Mac OS 10.9 or later was successfully installed. So feel free to close the box and it tells you here, do you want to move the Python installer to the trash now that we've completed? I would say yes, move to trash because we've done the installation. Next thing is to open up the terminal and let's check for the version of Python. So to check the version of Python that we have installed, we need to type in Python 3 and do space -- version. If we typed in just Python, it will return Python 2, which we don't want. It tells me I've got Python 3.72. If we were to just type in Python and do a space -- version and press enter, it gives you version 2.7. So it's very important when you are trying to develop or create things in Python, you have to use the correct version of Python that you are referring to. For example, if I wanted to do something interactive and I typed in Python, to give me the Python shell, and I can do simple maths. I'll do 6 plus 6, I press enter, it gives me the answer of 12. Now if I want to exit, this is called the Python shell. If I want to exit that, I type in exit and parentheses, press enter, and that will exit the shell. If I need to clear my screen, I type in clear, and that clears the screen. Now if I want to access Python 3 shell, I type in Python and then 3. If you notice, it tells me here Python 3.7.2. So very important to type in the correct version of Python when you are trying to develop or experiment. So again, we can do a simple math. I do 8 plus 7, it gives you 15. So we just exit, type in exit and then the parentheses, and that will exit the Python shell. So this concludes the installation of Python 3 on a Mac. Thanks very much. If you had any problems during the installation, please feel free to let me know. I'll be more than happy to help out. Thanks and bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to download and install Visual Studio Code. What is Visual Studio Code? Visual Studio Code is a free, open source, modern text editor. By open source, it means the source code is open for developers to contribute in making it better. Visual Studio Code is cross-platform. That means it will work across multiple operating systems. So it will work on Windows. It will also work on Mac. Visual Studio Code can be extended in functionality by installing extensions. So if you want to add functionality to Visual Studio Code, you can download and install extensions to extend its functionality. The official link to the Visual Studio Code is displayed on the screen. You can download the Visual Studio Code from this link and also learn more about the text editor from the link. To download Visual Studio Code, just go to the link that I previously showed you, and that's the link there displayed, and it will show up the download tab for your respective operating system. If you're running a Mac, it will display a download button for a Mac. If you're on a Mac, just download, extract, and then drag the DMG file, which is a disk image file, into your applications folder, and that will install it for you. If you are running a Windows like I am, just click on this download for Windows, and that will start downloading the files. There you go. It's downloading the files for installation. So I'm just going to give it a couple of minutes to complete the download. There you go. It has completed. So I'm just going to double click and begin the installation. So you will get a pop-up like this. I'm just going to click next. I'm going to check this tab to accept the agreement and click next. And it's prompting me for a location. I'm just going to accept the default location. It's telling you the disk space that is required. So I'll click next. Again, asking you to select a folder that it will install into. It's suggested a default here. I'm going to accept that and click next. And then we have some boxes here. It's checked here. Add path. This I would recommend you leave. If you want to add, for example, a shortcut icon. I'm going to click on that so it creates a desktop icon on my desktop, and just click next. If you're interested in the other options, just check it. Once you're done, click next and click the install button, and that will begin the installation. Once the installation completes, you are given this completion screen, and there is a box there to say launch Visual Studio Code. If you don't want to launch it, you can uncheck it. It also, if you've checked the option to create a icon on your desktop, you will get an icon like this on your desktop. So I'm going to leave the launch Visual Studio Code so that it launches it. I'll click the finish button and then it will launch the application. So I'll click finish. So this is what the interface looks like here. So there's a file option that also has a preferences tab and a settings option. If you want to change the theme, for example, you can customize it by going here. You can see I've got a dark theme at the moment. If I click on color theme, and if I wanted to select a lighter theme, it will give you the options to, it tells you here, this is my default theme, which is dark. So if you want a lighter theme, just select one of the options. So this is where you can go and change your theme. If you haven't got the theme that you like there, you can always click on the extensions option, this option here, this tab here that says extension. If you click on that, and there's a search option that you can type in whatever extensions you want to install. While I'm here, there is an extension I want to install. It's called paste and indent. And what that does, it allows you to automatically indent your code. If you paste the code into your code editor, it will automatically indent it. So this is it. So if you want to install it, just click install, and that will install it. And you can see here it's doing the install. Once it's done, you can click reload, and that will reload the editor and tells you here the option has been enabled, paste and indent enabled. To learn more about the editor, there is a help option here, and there is a documentation here you can always go to. So that's it for this video. In this video, I showed you how to download and install Visual Studio Code. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to create a project directory and also a blank Python file. A directory is just a folder where you can store your files. So to create a directory, you can just right click anywhere on your desktop, and there should be an option to create a new folder. Just click on folder and give it a name. I'm going to call this one bookdb, but feel free to call your project whatever you want. So I've created a directory called bookdb. The next thing I'm going to do is create a blank Python file. A Python file is a file that has a .py file extension, and you can create the Python file by using any plain text editor. The text editor I'm going to be using is called Atom. This is what Atom looks like. So when you launch it, it gives you all these different panes, so you can X out of them. So I'm going to just click on the X to clear all these panes. And then there's an option here to create a new file. So I'm going to click on new file, and I'm going to do a file, save as, and I'm going to save it into the directory we have just created. So I've navigated to the directory on my desktop, which is called bookdb. And here where it's called the file name, I'm going to give the Python file a name. So I'm going to call it my books.py. It's very important you add the .py extension. That's what makes it a Python file. Once you've done that, just click save, and you can see now it puts that's the Python directory, the directory where it is saved this Python file called mybooks.py. So we have, you can see here on the bottom here, it says Python. So we have successfully created a project directory and also a blank Python file. All the code we are going to write for our application is going to be written inside this Python file. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello there. This is the application we will be creating in this course. It's a simple CRUD application where we're going to interact with the database from this application front end. So we've got 3 input fields that you can enter: the title of a book, the author of a book, and the ISBN number. Once you've entered those details in, you click on the Add Book button. It will briefly display the data inside this list box area and then insert it into the database. So we've got different buttons here. This button is to clear the screen. If you want to retrieve all the data you have in your database, you click on this View All Records, and that will bring all the records from the database. If you want to clear the screen, you can click on Clear. To view the records again, you click that. If you want to modify a record from the database, you select the record and it displays the information inside the input boxes. Say for example, I wanted to modify the title. I click in this title input box, modify it, and then click Modify Record, and a dialog box will pop up to tell you the record has been modified. You do the same with the delete record. If you want to delete a record, select the record and click the delete record button, and that will pop up a dialog box to tell you the book has been deleted. So that's basically what this application is going to do. Hello and welcome to this video. Before you create an application, it's always a good idea to have a rough design sketch of how you want your application to visually look like. I have roughly designed my sketch for the application. This is what my design sketch looks like. So I'm going to have a title bar for the application, and I'm going to have a main application window. Inside the main application window, I'm going to have 3 entry input fields. This will take in the input for the book title. This will take in the input for the author of the book. This will take in the input for the ISBN number, and this will be the add button. So once the inputs have been entered, you click on the add button. It will now add the book into the database. This area here is the list box area. This is the area that you can use to view all the books you have inside your database. So if you want to view, you have a view button here that you can click on, and it will display all the book items from the database. You can clear the screen, you can exit the application, you can modify the records, and then you can also delete records. So this is roughly what the application is going to look like. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to start creating the front end part of the application, which is known as the GUI. GUI stands for Graphical User Interface. GUI are basically desktop applications which helps you to interact with your computer. So they are used to perform different tasks on your desktops, your laptops, or other electronic devices. In Python, GUIs are created by using a special module called tkinter. Tkinter is a built-in module in Python that you can use to create simple GUI application. It is the most commonly used module in Python for creating GUI-based applications. In Python, a module is a file that contains a Python definitions and statements. So the Python file must have a .py extension to qualify it as a module. And inside that file, you can have all kinds of statements, functions, classes, and all bits and pieces that you want inside an application. Python has a lot of built-in modules, and also there are modules created by other Python developers. Before you can use a module inside your own Python application, you will have to import the module, and you do that by simply using the import statement. And when you import a module, you can import the entire module, which means it will grab everything inside that Python file. And you do that by using this asterisk after the module name. So you do the word, type in the word import, followed by the name of the module, and then asterisk. However, it is not good practice to always import the entire module using the asterisk, because this may pollute the namespace. So I would always recommend you only import the parts of a module that you need inside your own application. From the tkinter module, we are going to import some other modules. So from a module, you can also import other modules. So from tkinter, we're going to import the ttk module, which is a themed TK widget library. It contains a lot of tools that you can use to improve the look of your application. A widget is basically something like an element that you can use to build your GUI applications. Example includes buttons, labels, and anything that you can use to build your graphical user interface. So we're going to be using a combination of TTK widgets and tkinter widgets to build our front-end application. So let's open up the Python file we created in the previous video. So this is the Python file called mybooks.py. I'm just going to collapse this so that we have enough space to write our code. So I'll click on that, and that will give me this space here. The first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to import certain elements from the tkinter module. So to do that, you type in from. I don't want to import the whole module, so I just want to import what I need. So to do that, I'll say from tkinter, and then I'm going to specify space and then type in the word import. So from import, I'm going to specify what it is I want to import. I'm going to import TK. TK is what we're going to use to create the application window. So I do a comma. I'm also going to import button, the button element. I'm going to use the label element, and I'm going to use the scroll bar that will enable me to scroll. I'm also going to import the list box element. I'm going to use a list box. I'm going to also import the string var. This enables you to specify what type of data to store in an input string. So I'm going to import entry. Entry basically is what we're going to use to create entry widgets. And then when you create widgets, you can position them either to the west, to the east, to the north, and to the south. And I'm also, you specify an end parameter basically specify where certain things ends. The next thing I want to do is import TTK widget from tkinter. So I'm going to type in from tkinter, and then I'll type in the word import, and then I'll specify what it is I'm importing. I'm importing ttk. The next import is a message box. I want to be able to display a dialog box. So from that, I'm going to import the message box from tkinter. So I'll say from tkinter, I'm going to import message box. This enables the application to display a message box wherever I specify that in the application. The next thing I want to do is create the application window that will house the application. So to do that, you create a variable called root. You could call this root or you could call it window. I'm going to call it root, and you're going to set the value of that variable to tk, which is uppercase T and then lowercase k, and then you had the parentheses. Remember, I imported tk on line number 1 here. So this will create the application windows. Just click File and click Save. And in order to run the application, you need to have a loop. So to do that, you type in root dot main loop. So this is what runs the entire application. So this should be the last line of code in your file. This is what will run the application. Without this, the application will not run. This main loop keeps the application running. So I'm going to click File and Save, and then we're going to see what the application window looks like. To run the application, you open up your command prompt if you're on a Windows-based computer. If you are on a Mac, you open up your terminal and then you navigate to your project directory. So my project directory is this. I'm just going to double click on it, copy the path. That's the path of my project directory. And then inside my command prompt, I'm just going to do a cd and just paste that directory in and just clear the screen. So now I'm in the directory. So to run the Python file, I just call the Python file by its name. And the name I called is called my books.py, and I'll press enter. So you can see here I've got an error. One of the good things about running it inside the command prompt, so you can see any error messages, is telling me that it cannot find this module named tkinter, and it's telling me the line where the error is, line number 3. So if I open up my code, line number 3 here, you can see I've got an error here. This should be tkinter, not tkinker. So I changed the K to a T. All right, so that should be okay. Now I do File, I do Save, and then I try and run it again. My books.py, press enter. You can see now it has launched the application. So this is the window for the application. At the moment, I have not restricted the size, so it is resizable. So this is the main application window created by using the TK. So this TK is what creates the interface. All right, and I've stored it inside this variable called root. I'm able to run the application because of this main loop. So I'm running this main loop function on this root variable. So that is it for this part of the video. We will continue building the front end in part 2. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the part 2 of building the application GUI front end. In this part of the video, we are going to add a title to the application window. We are also going to add a background color. We're going to set a size for the application window, and then we're going to restrict the size so that it is fixed and the users of the application will not be able to resize the application window. So this is what the application looks like at the moment. So here where it's got the default title, we're going to change that and add a title of our own that will appear here. And we're also going to add a background color, and we're going to fix the size. At the moment, you can see this is resizable. We don't want the users of the application to be able to do that, so we're going to lock it down. So let's add a title to the application window. So I'm just going to tab down, and then to add a title, we're going to reference the variable called root that we've already defined. So we're going to do a dot and then add a title attribute. So we'll say title, and then inside the parentheses for this title method or function, we're going to enclose the title in quotes. So I'm going to call this my books database application. It's very important that you enclose the value of whatever name you want to call your application. Enclose that in quotes. So you could either use 2 double quotes or 2 single quotes, but you can't mix the quotes. You can start with a double quote and then end with a single quote. So inside this title method or title function, I have added the title value for the application window. The next thing I want to do is give a background color to the application window. So there is a function or a method for that. It is called configure. So we're going to attach the configure method to this root variable. So we'll do root.configure, and inside the parentheses for this configure method, we can then specify the background color and the type of color. So to do that, you add the variable background, and then you use the equals to give it a value, and I'm going to call this light green. So the background of the application window is going to be light green. Feel free to experiment with whatever color you prefer. The next thing I want to do is set a size for the application window, and I'm going to do this using the geometry method or function. This function is basically used to set the dimensions of the Tkinter window, as well as it can be used to set the position of the main window on the user's desktop. So to do that, we're going to attach that method to the root variable. So I'm going to say root.geometry, and inside the parentheses for that geometry method, you pass in the values to set, and you enclose that in quotes. So the first value will be for the width. So I'm going to make it 850, and then you do X, and then the height, I'm going to make it 500. This is because I have experimented with this value, so I know how my window will be resized. So this value is achieved through experimentation, but feel free to set it to whatever values you want. Now that I have set a size for the application window, the next thing to do is to lock it down. And to do that, we have a special method called resizable. So I'm going to attach that method or function to the root variable. So I'm going to say root.resizable, And inside the parentheses for that resizable, I'm going to pass in the value for the width, and I'm going to set this to false, make it a capital F, which means it cannot be changed by setting that value to false. And then I have to do the same for the height. So I'll say height, and I'm going to set that to false also, because just by giving it a size does not restrict it. But if you use this resizable method and apply the false to the width and false to the height, this is what will lock it down and prevent the application window from being resizable by the user. So once I've done that, I've saved that, and I'm just going to run the application again so we can see what it looks like. So to run the application, I just type in the name of my Python file, and inside make sure you are in the right directory to run the application, and I just press enter, and you can see here my application is now running. So this is the application. You can see the title for the application there. This is my title, and then you can see it's replaced the default TK title. This is my background color. You can see this expand button is grayed out because I have now locked this window to this size. So the users of the application will not be able to resize this application. So we're going to end this part of the video here, and we'll continue building the front end graphical user interface in the next video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the part 3 of building the front end application graphical user interface. In this part of the video, we are going to be adding labels for the entry inputs. We're also going to position the labels inside the application window using the grid method. We are going to add a variable to store the user inputs, and we're also going to position the actual entry widgets inside the application window. To save time, I have already pre-staged the code. So what I'll be doing is going to be adding a chunk of code at a time inside the Python file, and then explain what that chunk of code does. I think this will make it more meaningful to you rather than me type and try to explain at the same time. I strongly advise that you type in the code line by line by yourself. It will make you retain the knowledge and it will help you learn faster. Okay, even though the code is going to be available, don't copy and paste. You will not really learn much by doing that. I strongly recommend that you type each line of code. I cannot emphasize that enough. I have added this chunk of code here from line 12 to 16. So this highlighted bit. So I'm going to explain line by line what the code does. Line number 12, I've created a variable called title_label. It's very important to create variables and name them to reflect what the variable does. So this variable basically is going to store a label. And notice that you use the equals to assign the values to the variable. TTK basically means I'm going to be using a label from the TTK widget library and not the TK itself. Okay, so you do that by specifying. So I'm saying from TTK widget library, get me the label widget. And for that label widget method, you've got to pass in different variables. So the first variable you pass into that label widget has got to be the root, because you want to position the label inside the root of the application, which was defined in line number 5 here. So after the root, the next variable is the text that will be displayed for the title, for the label. So I want this label to have a title called title. That will be the text value. And then I want to give it a background of light green. So I'm giving it the same background as the actual application window so that it blends in. And then here I'm giving it a font. This font variable is a variable from TTK, and I'm using the default. This is called TK default font, and I'm setting it to a size of 16. Okay, notice the parentheses here. This TK default font has its own parentheses, and then you've got the outer parentheses for the label method. So very important, all your parentheses match up. On line number 13, I have to position this label that I created on line 12. I've got to position it inside the application window, and I'm doing that by using a special method called grid. This grid method basically works with the geometry method. All right, so what I'm saying here, I want this label created on line 12 to be positioned in row number 0. A grid is basically like a table format. So the row basically will be appearing vertically while the columns will be horizontal. So I'm saying position this label on the first row and on the first column. And then sticky basically means which way you position it. So west basically means position it to the left of the parent container, okay, which is going to be the application window. That's what this is. So all these things I'm using, I've already imported them here on line number 1. So I'm able to use those widgets. Line number 14, I'm creating a variable called title underscore text. And this is what is going to store the input that the user enters for the value of the title of the book. And I'm setting it to equals to a string var. This string var basically means the data type that variable is expecting is going to be a string or a text. Note that I also imported this string var on line number 1 here, and that string var basically is part of tkinter. Line 15 created a variable called title underscore entry. Notice how my variable names kind of like reflects the type of information or data they are storing. So this title underscore entry is going to store the entry widget. Entry widget is what you use to accept input entries from a user. And notice I've got ttk.entry. That means this entry widget, I'm using it from the ttk module and not from tk. All right. And the first parameter you pass in to this entry widget has to be the root, because the root is the application window. So we are positioning the entry widget inside the application window. We can give it a width. I've given it a width of 24. Text variable basically means this is what will store the value that is entered. Okay, and the value of the text variable is this value here on line number 14. You notice I've put it here, title underscore text. So whatever value is captured is going to be a string variable, okay, and stored inside this variable called title underscore text. The next thing I'm going to do on line number 16 is to position the entry widget inside the application window. Again, we're using the grid method. So we're positioning it on the same line as the label. Notice the label on line 13, I positioned it on row 0, column 1. So I want the entry widget to be next to the label, but on a different column. So you can see here the column is 1, while the column for the label is 0. So they'll be on the same row, but different column. Again, I'm using the sticky. This sticky attribute basically position it to the left of the parent container. So let's save what we've done, and then let's take a look at the applications. I'm going to open up my command prompt and just run the application again. You can see now this is the application. You can see the label. Let me bring it down so you can see here. This label here, line number 12, title label. This is what this is. You can see the text is called title, which is this here. And here, this is the entry widget, which is on line number 15. I've created an entry widget. Notice the positioning using the grid method. So the title here, if you look, the grid method positions it on row 0. So this is row 0 and column 1. And this is column 1. Row is vertical, column is horizontal. So title is on row number 0, column number 0. And then the entry widget, which is this one on line 16, is positioned on the same row as the label, but a different column. The column is 1. You can see here the column is different from the title so that they are next to each other. And sticky basically means position it to the left of the next widget. All right. So this is just for the title. I'm going to add 3 more. That's going to contain the author and the ISBN number. All right. So they'll be done in the same format. So I would not really run through the explanations. It's basically the same thing, but the titles will change. So I've added one for the author and one for ISBN. So I've done them exactly the same way as I did the title. Obviously, the grid position will not be the same. If not, they will all be cluttered on top of each other. So this is the code I have added. This is the code for the author, basically identical to the title. Obviously, I've changed the names of the variable names, and also the grid positioning is different. Okay, so they are all on the same row. You can see row 0, row 0, 0, 0, but the columns are different. So the columns are column 0, column 1, column 2, column 3, column 4, and column 5. And the sticky position is to the west, which is left to the next available widget. All right, so the positioning on the grid is very important. If not, you will not have them positioned properly. Okay, so make sure you write out this code line by line. Try not to copy and paste, so that if you make errors, you can always go back and fix them. That way you will learn much better. All right, so let's take a look at the output again. So this is the output. We now have our title. The user will enter the title there, they'll enter the author, and they will enter the ISBN. We'll continue building this application interface in the next video, where we'll add a button here so that once they've entered all these values, you click on the add button. And we're also going to have a list box here where we can view the entries. So that's it for this video. We'll continue building the application in the next part of the video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to the part 4 of creating the application graphical user interface. In this part of the video, we are going to add some buttons to our application. We're going to add a list box. We're going to add a scroll bar that will enable us to scroll within the list box. We're also going to add the widgets to the application window using the grid method. This is what the application looks like at the moment. So we're going to add a button here. That will be the add button. So when the users enter all the values for the title, the author, and the ISBN number, they'll click on the add button, and we're going to have a list box in this area, and then we're going to have some buttons underneath the list box. Like the previous video, in order to save some time, I have pre-staged the code I'm going to use in this video. So I'm just going to add a chunk of code at a time and then explain what that code does. I have added this 2 line of code here on line 30 and 31. And I've created a variable called add_btn, and I've set it to equals to button. What basically this variable is going to store is a button variable, and inside this button method, you can see the parentheses for the button method. I'm going to pass in the root. The root is the first argument. The root basically means the application window. And then I need to add a value for the text variable. That is the text that will be displayed inside the button. And the button will say add book. I'm going to give the button a background color of blue, and you set that using the BG attribute. So BG equals to blue. Blue means the background color, but you can set it to whatever color you like. And I'm going to set the foreground color to white. I want the text that will display inside the button to have a white foreground. That is, the color of the text will be white while the background will be blue. You can also specify the type of font. So you do that using the font attribute. So for this font, I want the font to be Helvetica. I want it to be 10 in size, the size of the font, and I want it to be bold. When you are using font, the font must be installed on the computer in order for that font to be active. And then because this is a button, you need to add a command that will be triggered when that button is clicked. And you do that by using this command attribute variable. At the moment, I'm setting this value to blank because I have not created the function that will be called when this button is clicked. So when I create the function, I will add that value in here. Line 31, I am adding this button variable on line 30 to the application window grid. So here, notice the last grid here was row 0, row 5. All right, so the button, I want the button to appear on the same row as the labels and the entry widget. So I'm keeping it to row 0, but it's going to be on a different column, column 6. So the last column I used was 5 on row 0. So this is going to be row 0, column 6. And I'm using the sticky attribute to position it to the left of the next widget next to it. All right, so I'm just going to click File and save this, and then we can take a look at how that button is positioned. So this is the button we've just created, and it's the Add Book button. So when the users enter the values for all this, for the title, the author, the ISBN, they click on this Add button, it will trigger a function that will perform some tasks. That function has not been created yet, so this button will not do anything if you click on it. The next thing I'm going to do is add a list box in this area that we can use to view inputs. I have added a couple of lines of code here, line 33 and 34, to create a list box and also to position it inside the application window. Line 33, I created a variable called list_bx, and I've set the value for that variable to store to be a list box method. Now inside this list box method, the first argument you pass in has to be the root, which is the application window, because that is where we want the list box to be created. All right. This list box is from tkinter. TTK doesn't have a list box attribute method. We then pass in a height. We give the list box a height. I've given it a height of 16. This is just my own preference. You can tweak and play around with the values. I've given it a width of 40, and I've set a font size of Helvetica. I've given it a size of 13, which means any text displayed inside this list box will assume this font and the size of the font. I've given the list box a background color of light blue. Line 34, I'm positioning the list box inside the application window. So I've called the name of the list box, which is list_bx. I am then attaching the grid method to the list_bx variable. So inside the grid method, I'm positioning the list box on row number 3 and column number 1. I'm also spanning it across several columns. Okay, so it's going to span to column 14. So this will spread it out. Okay, and then I'm attaching a sticky value of west and east. So what this means is that I want it to position it to the west and to the east. So what this will do, it will stretch the list box from one column to another. And I'm using this pad Y. That means it's going to create a space vertically of 40 and then a space horizontally of 15. Pad X means create some space or padding horizontally. Pad Y means create some space vertically. So let's save that and let's take a look at what that looks like. So this is what the application looks like at the moment. This is the list box. This area here is the list box that we've created. So the next thing I'm going to do, I'm going to add a scroll widget here so that we can, if the items inside the list box becomes too much, we can scroll using the scroll bar widget. So that's going to be the next thing I'm going to add. I have added some chunk of code from line 36 to 40 to create a scroll bar and also position it inside the application. So on line 36, I've got a variable called scroll_bar. I've set it to the scroll bar method, which I already imported on line number 1 here. So because I've imported it, I'm able to use it. And the parameter I'm passing into it is just the root, which is the application window, because that's where I want to position it. Line 37, I'm positioning it inside the grid by using the grid method. So I'm calling the variable on line 36 and adding the grid method to that variable. Row number 1 is where I want to position this scroll bar, and I'm positioning it on column number 8. However, I'm adding a row span, which enables the scroll bar to span several rows. So I've given it 14 rows to span. Also, I'm adding a sticky attribute to position it to the left of the nearest widget. Line 39, I am attaching, because I want to attach this scroll bar to the list box. And I'm doing that by using this configure method. So I've got a variable called listbox, which I created on line 33. I'm attaching the configure method to it. So and then I'm adding this Y scroll command. What the Y scroll command will do enables scrolling vertically. Okay, and I'm attaching the scroll bar, which is this variable on line 36, and I'm using the set attribute to set that so that I can scroll vertically inside the list box using the scroll bar. On line 40, I'm calling the scroll bar variable on line 36, and I'm attaching this configure method to it. And inside that, I'm passing in the command variable attribute, and the value I've set to that is the list underscore box bx variable, which I created on line 33. And then I'm attaching this yView attribute to it. The yView basically makes the list box vertically scrollable. So save what you've done, and then let's take a look at how the application looks. So you can see here, this is the scroll bar that we just created. At the moment, it's not active because there's nothing inside the list box to scroll. All right, so but we've got it positioned ready for when we have some data to scroll. So that is it for this video. I'm going to end this video here. In the next part, we'll add some more buttons underneath the list box. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to the part 5 of creating the front end application graphical user interface. In this part of the video, we're going to add more buttons to our application window. We're also going to position the button inside the application window using the grid method. This is what the application looks like so far. You can see here, if you notice, there's some spacing between the list box and these widgets. And we're able to do that by using the pad y property, and we added some spacing. Also notice there's some space on this side, which we were able to achieve by using the pad x property, which creates some spacing on a horizontal level. So pad y creates vertical spacing, while pad x creates horizontal spacing or padding. So what we're going to do now is add some buttons underneath this list box. The buttons will not be active because we have not created the functions for the button to execute. So we'll just create the buttons with no functions. I have added a couple of lines of code, line 42 and 43, to create another button. So created a variable called modify underscore btn, and I've set that variable to equals to the button method. And you can see you define the button method by just typing in the word button, and then inside the parentheses for that method you pass in the various arguments. The first argument has to be the parent, which is the root, because that's where we want to position the button. And then we're giving the button a name using the text variable. So the button is going to have a name called modify record. It's going to have a background color of purple, a foreground color of white. The font is Helvetica. It's going to be 10 in size and bold. The command is going to be blank because I have not created the function that will be called when the button is clicked. So for now, we're leaving that to blank. And then here we've got the grid. So I'm attaching the grid to the modify underscore button variable, and we're positioning this button on row number 15 and column number 4 because we used a row span on line 37. So we've spanned that row using the scroll bar. So now I will position this button on row 15 column 4. So I'm going to file and save that, and let's take a look at how it looks. So this is what the button we've just added looks like. It's positioned this way because it's positioned on column 4 and row 15. I'm going to add 4 more buttons, basically using the same way I added this modify record button, but the names will be different. The position on the grid will also be different. I have added a bunch of code here from line 45 to 55, basically creating 4 more buttons. So we're going to have a delete record button, a view all records button, a clear screen button, the exit application button. So the process is the same as the previous button. The only difference is the variable names. So I created a variable to reflect the type of button they are storing. For example, this would be delete_btn. We know that that's going to store the delete record. This is view_btn is going to store the view all records. This is clear_btn, and this is going to clear all the text from the screen once you click on it. And then here we've got the exit_btn, which will exit the application. So the process is the same, it's just the variable names for the buttons are different, and the position on the grid is also different. They are all positioned on the same row on the grid, row 15, because I want them all to be on the same line, but the column on the grid is different. So we have column 4, we have the modify button. Column 5, we have the delete button. Column 1, I've given it to the view button. Column number 2, I've given it to the clear screen button, and column 3, I'm assigning to the exit application button. So feel free to position your buttons whichever way you want. So I'm just going to click on File and Save, and then we can take a look at how the buttons look inside the application. So this is what the application looks like now with all our buttons. So the actual graphical front end interface of the application is actually complete. These are all the buttons. So if we click view all records, it will fetch all the records from the database and display them inside this list box area. Clear screen will clear all the text on the screen, either in the input entry widget or inside the list box. Exit application button will exit the application. Modify record will modify the records. That's any record you click. If you click on a row for a record inside this list box, you can modify the record. You can also delete a record from the selected row inside this list box. So this is the front end of the application completed. We will start plugging in the database and then wiring the buttons to the functions that we will create. So when each time you click on a button, it has to call a certain function to perform a task. So all that we'll create in subsequent videos. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. This is the official website for SQL Server 2019 download. So there are some options here to try SQL Server on premises or in the cloud. So if you want to try it on premises, this is the trial version. If you want to try it in the cloud, then you have the option to go to Azure. But what we want the developer edition, which is free. There's also an option to download the Express if you wish to do so. Also, if you want to install SQL Server 2019 on Windows, Linux, or Docker containers, it tells you the way to do that here. But we are going for the developer edition. So I'm going to click on this button link to download the setup file for the developer edition. So I'll click on that and that should start downloading. You can see here started downloading the files for the developer setup. This should not take too long, so I'll just give it a few minutes to complete. The download has completed. This is just a partial download. I'm just going to click on this to go to the download location. So I'll click show in folder, and this takes me to my folder where it was downloaded to. So this is what the file looks like. It says SQL 2019-SSE1-dev. You can see the size is not that much. This is just a partial installation. You still have to run this file to download the full installation files. When you download the installation files, it will prompt you for a default location. So I'm going to create a folder here where it's going to download the other components of the SQL Server installation. So I'm going to right click here in my downloads folder, go new, and I'm just going to click on folder. I'm just going to give it a name. I'm going to call it SQL Server download. So I've created this folder here inside my download file called SQL Server 2019 download. So now that I have that folder created, I want to run this file that I initially downloaded. So I'll double click to run, and that will start up the setup files for the installation. So you can see here it gives you three options. You have the basic, the custom, and download media. Download media basically enables you to download the files so that you can later just run it from your computer or any computer you want to run the installation from. I'm going to go for the download media so that I have the option to install it later. It tells me to select the language. I'm going to accept the default package. So you have two options of packages you would like to download, either the ISO or the CAB. So I'm going to leave the default, which is the ISO. I'm going to browse to my downloads folder and just select the folder I created to download it into. So I browse to my downloads folder, and this is the folder called SQL Server. I'm just going to click OK. And you can see here on the select download location is now selected the folder I created. So it's going to download it into that. So once that's selected, I'm just going to click download for the download to begin. The download of SQL Server 2019 Developer Edition is now complete. So I'm just going to close this box here. It says, are you sure you want to exit? I'll say yes. I'm going to open up the folder that I downloaded the SQL Server 2019 into. So I'll double click to open it. You can see here it is a disk image file. So I'm just going to double click to open the content. So these are the content. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to install SQL Server 2019 Developer Edition. I'm going to open up the folder that I downloaded the SQL Server 2019 into. So I'll double click to open it. You can see here it is a disk image file. So I'm just going to double click to open the content. So these are the content. So to begin the installation, I'm just going to double click on this setup file here to run it, and that should start the installation. This is the initial screen you get when you try to install SQL Server, and on the left here it gives you the different steps that the installation is going to take. So the first step is basically the planning, where you just check to make sure that you've got the right hardware and software. If you want to do that, you can just click on this link here to take you to the hardware and software requirements. And there are different documentation as well, security documentation. If you want to read through it, you can. Now there is an important tool here which is called System Configuration Checker. If you run this tool, it will check to make sure that your system is ready to install SQL Server 2019. So I'm going to click to run this checker, and that will quickly run through my system and tell me if my system is ready or not. You can see here it says the operation is completed. I have passed 8. So it ran 8 checks and I've passed it. If you want to see the details, just click show details, and it will tell you everything it has checked, and you can see here the status is passed. I'm just going to click OK to close this. So now I know my system is ready for the installation because I have passed all the hardware and software requirements. Next, I'm going to move on to the installation stage. So I'll click on installation. Inside the installation page, we have the option here to install new SQL Server, standalone installation, or add features to an existing installation. So if you already have SQL Server installed and you want to add features to the existing installation, you can still use this link. But I am installing a single instance of SQL Server, so I'm going to click on that, and that will launch the installation wizard. So this is the installation wizard. The first thing it'll ask is for a product key. It has detected that I'm running a developer edition, so I don't need a product key. If you were not running developer, you'll normally have to put in your product key there. So I'm going to accept and click next, and that will give me the next screen here. So I'm just going to check this box to accept the license agreement. You can see these are the various steps. I'm on step number 2, license terms, that I'm going to go through to complete the installation. So I'll click on next, and it will do some basic checks. It will install some set of files. So I'll just wait for it to finish. On this step of the installation here, I've had some checks here. It says I've passed 3 and failed 0. You can see here the one that I have a warning on. So it's just a warning about the firewall. This is not serious. It's not a showstopper. It will not stop the installation from progressing. If you want to see what it says, you can click on the warning thing here, and it just tells you what that says. So I'm going to click next to progress to the next stage of the installation. The next step is you are provided with this feature selection, so that you select the component you want to install for this instance. In this case, I only want to install the database engine services, so I'm going to check that. That is the only thing I'm going to check. If you look on the right here, it gives you the feature description, tells you what it is, what it does. You can also come back to add features once you've installed SQL Server, and then you have the instance. It tells you this is where it's going to install it, in the root of C program files, Microsoft SQL Server, and it tells you this is a shared feature directory. If you, for example, want to install all the features, you can click on this button and that will select all the features. But before you do that, make sure you do have sufficient disk space. So with the database engine services checked, I'm going to click next to progress to the next step of the installation. The next step is to give your instance a name. So this is the instance configuration. The default name for the instance is called MySQL Server. I'm going to change that. I'm going to give it my own name. I'm going to call it SQL Server 2019. Make sure if you decide to change the default name of the instance, the name you give, make sure there are no spaces. The name you give your instance is also used as the instance ID. So I've given my name instance SQL Server 2019. The instance ID is also going to change to reflect that. All right, you can see it has changed. So I'm going to click next to progress to the next step, which is server configuration. So it's doing the instance configuration now. And once that is done, we've moved on now to the server configuration. So I'm just going to accept all the default that is there and click on next to move to the next step. So I'm going to click next to progress to the next stage. We are now on the database engine configuration page, where you have to set the method of authentication to the SQL Server. The default is Windows authentication mode, which means whatever way you log into your computer, that will be used also to connect to the server. I'm going to select mixed mode, which is a mixture of the Windows authentication and a SQL Server mode, but you have to provide a password to accommodate the SQL Server mode. Once you have entered the password and confirmed the password, you also need to add a user that has administrative rights. So I'm going to click on this button that says add current user. I'll click on that. You can see that has added the username I used to log on to this computer, which is administrator. So once that's been entered and we've entered the password for the SQL Server System Administration account, which is called the SA account, click on next. It then gives you a summary before it actually progresses with the installation. It tells you here ready to install. You can see here I've got 2 more steps, so feel free to read through the summary. If there's anything that's not right, you can change it before you progress. So I'm happy with everything. I'm going to click on install. It also tells you here the configuration file path. So I'm going to click install, and that will begin the installation. You can see it says installation in progress. So I've gone through all the steps. I've got just one more step to complete. The installation is now complete. So you can see here status says succeeded and tells you all the features it has installed. So I'm just going to click on this close button here to exit the installation screen and also exit this screen. The next thing to do is to check for SQL Server in my programs menu. So I'm going to click on start, and on the start here there should be a folder for Microsoft SQL Server. You can see here it says new Microsoft SQL Server 2019. If I expand that, you can see here it tells me these are all the things it has installed. So these tools are quite useful. We've got the SQL Server 2019 Configuration Manager, SQL Server 2019 Error Usage, SQL Server 2019 Import Export, SQL Server 2019 Installation Center. So these are very useful tools that will come in handy if you want to perform configuration or import stuff and also add additional features to your installation of SQL Server. Hello and welcome to this video. What is SQL Server Management Studio? SQL Server Management Studio is also referred to as SSMS. SQL Server Management Studio is an integrated development environment which provides a graphical interface for connecting and working with Microsoft SQL Server. SQL Server Management Studio is a free tool provided by Microsoft to manage SQL servers. SQL Server Management Studio is used by professional developers and database administrators to manage and administer SQL servers. SQL Server Management Studio can be used to access, to configure, to manage, to administer, and develop all components of SQL Server. Let's go ahead and download and then install SQL Server Management Studio. To download SQL Server Management Studio, we're going to go to our Programs menu and look for the SQL Server 2019 folder, and inside that folder we should have a tool. So we've got Microsoft SQL Server 2019. I'm going to expand that, and we have this tool here that says SQL Server 2019 Installation Center. So if I click on that, it will launch the installation screen, and then from there we can download the SQL Server Management Studio. So this is the SQL Server Installation Center, which allows you to add components to a previously installed SQL Server instance. So I'm going to click on this installation tab here, and within the installation tab, I'm going to click on the option that says install SQL Server management tools. So if I click on this, it's going to take me to the download page where I can download it. So I'm going to click on that, and that will take me to the site that will enable me to download the SQL Server Management Studio. So it's trying to launch the site. So this is where it's going to take you. So I'm just going to scroll down, and you can see here there is a download link to download SQL Server Management Studio. It tells you the release number, the build number, release date. So I'm going to click to begin the download. You can see here the download has started here. So I'm just going to wait for it to complete, and then I will run the installation files. The download has completed. So this is the downloaded file. So I'm just going to click to show in folder, and that would take me to the location where it's downloaded. This is the location where the SQL Server Management Studio setup file was downloaded to. So I'm just going to double click on it to start to install it. So I'll double click, and that should bring up the installation page. So I'll give it a few minutes to load that page. So you can see here it's loaded the page and tells me the location. This is where it's going to install it, and there is an option to change the location if you're not happy with it, but I would recommend you accept the default location and then just click on this option to install. So I'll click on the install button to progress the installation. The time it takes to install depends on your processing speed for your computer. The setup has completed for the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So I'm just going to click on the close button to exit. So if we go back into the start menu and locate the SQL Server folder, mine is called SQL Server 2019. So this is the folder. If I expand this, I should see a new component. You can see here it says Microsoft SQL Server Tools. If I expand that, we should see different tools that the SQL Server tools installed: analysis services, deployment, database engine tuning, and this is the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So if we want to interact with the SQL Server and log into it, we'll use the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So that is it for this video. We successfully downloaded and installed Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I'll be connecting to an SQL Server instance. To begin, I'm going to start up the SQL Server Management Studio. So I'll click on my Start menu and then locate the SQL Server Management Studio, which is located in this folder called Microsoft SQL Server Tools 18. I'm going to expand that and select the Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. The first time you run SQL Server Management Studio, the Connect to Server window opens up. If this window does not open up automatically, you can also launch it manually. So let me show you. I'm just going to cancel out of it. So if the window doesn't automatically show up, from within the Object Explorer, you can click on the option to connect and select Database Engine, and that will pop open the window. In the Connect to Server window, the name of your server instance should be populated. If it is not populated, you can click on the drop down, and then within the Browse option, you can click on Database Engine and you can select the name from there. For the authentication, make sure that Windows authentication is selected, and then click on the connect button. To verify that your SQL Server connection succeeded, just expand and explore the objects inside the Object Explorer. So I'm just going to click on the plus sign and that will expand. So if I want to see the databases I have, I click on the plus next to the databases. So the fact that I can see all these objects indicates that my connection to the server was successful. To disconnect from the SQL Server, you just right click on the name of the server, just click disconnect, and to exit Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, you click on the file option and then click on the option to exit. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I'll be walking you through how to create a new database and table inside Microsoft SQL Server. We are going to be using the SQL Server Management Studio tool, which is a tool built into Microsoft SQL Server. We're going to use that to create a database and also to create a table. I'm going to be using SQL queries to create the database and the table. And the query I'm going to use for the database is create database, followed by the name I want to call the database. And the query I'm going to use to create the table is create table, followed by the name of the table, and then I'll specify all the columns I want to use for that table. So let's open up Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio. So to do that, I've got two folders in my programs menu: Microsoft SQL Server 2017, Microsoft SQL Server Tools 17. This is what I need. So I'll click on the drop down and select Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and we'll wait for that to launch. Once it launches, you may get a connection box. If you don't get a connection box, just click on File and click on Connect Object Explorer, and that should give you this connection box which says connect to the server. So just click on connect and that should connect you to the server. So now we connected to the server. To create a database, if you were going to create a database using the graphical user interface, you can just right click on this database folder and click new database, and that should give you a pop-up screen where you can follow the process. But I'm not going to do it this way. I'm going to use a script which is a lot faster. So I need to open a query window to execute my script. So I'll click on new query and that should give me this query window. So I just need to add my query to create the database. Before I create the query, let's take a look at the databases at the moment. So if I click on this plus to expand the databases, you can see I've got two databases. AdventureWorks, this is a database I imported, and then this is just a test database. So the new database I will create will now be listed here as well. So I'm just going to add the query, paste the query in. So this is basically the query that is going to create the database. It's just a simple query. You type in create space database and then space the name you want to call your database. I've called mine my books, and then you end that with a semicolon. Once you've done that, click on this execute option here, and that will execute the query. If it's successful, it will tell you here the command completed successfully. So we have to refresh the database list for the new database to pop up here. So I'll right click on databases, click on refresh, and then you can see the new database we've just created called my books is now listed here. So the next thing we need to do is create a table inside this new database. Before you create a table, it's a good idea to know how many columns you want in your table. So this is the application. We know we want to store data about the book title, the book author, and the book ISBN. So we're going to have 3 columns plus an ID column. I have added the SQL query that is going to create the new database table. So before you execute the query, make sure you are executing the query on the right database. So here you can see I've not got the right database, so I need to click on the drop down and click my database so that the table is created inside my database. If you forget, for example, to change this option here, there's another option you can use. You can just use this command. There's a command called use. So you type in use and then the name of the database. In my case, it's called my book. So you can do it this way as well. So by specifying the database here, it will ignore whatever is listed here. Okay, so this is one way you can also do that if you forget to change the options. So let's focus on the query that's going to create the table. So we start with the keyword create, followed by the word table, and the name we want to call the table. I'm going to call my table books. And then we have the parentheses. That's the opening parentheses. And this is the closing parentheses. Inside the parentheses is where you specify the columns you want inside the database table. The first column is going to be the ID column, so that each of the records has an ID. And that column is going to be an integer data type. So it's going to be numeric. So you type in int to represent integer. I'm also going to make that column have a primary key. Primary key basically makes every record in that column unique. So we do that using the primary key. And then next to the primary key, I'm going to have an identity property on this ID column. Identity basically is used for generating key values. So the identity property on a column enables each new value that is generated on that column is based on the current seed and increment. So you notice inside this identity property, I've got 1, 1. 1 represents the seed and the other one represents the increment. The seed is basically the value that is used for the very first row that is loaded into the table, while the increment, which is the other one, represents the value that is added to the identity value of the previous row that was loaded. So when you are adding the identity property to a column, you must specify both the seed and the increment, or neither. If you don't supply neither, then the default is used. The default is basically what I've used here, which is 1, 1. The next column I'm going to add is the title column for my book, and the data type I want that column to store is varchar. Varchar means variable character, and you can specify the number of characters that that column can accept. So I put in here 255, which is the maximum. You do a comma, and then the next column is the author column. Again, this column is going to have the data type of varchar, and the amount of maximum characters it can accept is 255 characters. So you do a comma. The next column is going to be the ISBN number for the book, and the data type I'm going to store here is going to be an integer value. All right, so that's the closing parentheses, and then we terminate that with a semicolon. So you can see that this use my books command here is linked to this query. Hence you see this line here. So if I execute the query now, it will execute against this database called my books, which I've also selected here. So even though if the database wasn't selected here, the fact that I've specified it in my query, it will execute the query against the database I've specified in the use command. So let's execute the query by clicking on the execute button. And you can see here it says command completed successfully. So let's click on this database called My Books. We refresh the table, right click on the table, click on refresh. If we expand that, we should see our new database table. So this is the new table. It is called, it's called books, but it is prefixed with DBO. DBO basically means database owner. All right. So the fact that we're able to create database and table means we are also have the privileges that this DBO has, which is the administrative privileges. All right. So that is it. We have successfully created a database and a table. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to create a configuration file that will contain connection details to our database server and database. The information we are going to require inside this configuration file includes the driver for the database. A driver basically is a software program that creates connectivity. And then we're going to want to know the name of the server we're connecting to. We want to know the database. We want to know the username to connect to the database and also the password to connect to the database. For security reasons, it is a good practice to have a separate Python file that contains your configuration details for your database. And what you then do, you then import the configuration file, which is the Python file, as a module into your Python application. You don't want to expose the raw connection details of your database server and database inside the Python application file. All right, so good practice. In a big organization, normally the database team would create the database and also the tables and also maybe create a connection file for you and then give you access to import that connection file into your Python program. So some developers may not know what the actual server connection details is in terms of the username and password that can be protected. However, if they've got access to the configuration file for the database, they can just import that into the program and then hook up to the database that way. So I've got my Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio open. So to find out the name of our server we're going to connect to, you can just right click on here. The details are actually highlighted, but to see it in more details, you can right click here and click on properties at the bottom here. And then here where it's got name, this is the name of the database server. So this is the information we need inside our configuration file. This would be our database server. And then for database, we know what our database is. The database we are going to connect to is called My Books, which is this database here. Okay, that's the name of my database. And then the username is going to be this here, where it's got, okay, this where it's got connection desktop. This is going to be my, whatever your connection is going to be the information for your user name. And then the password would obviously be your Windows password or whatever password you have specified during the installation of the database server. Let's create a new Python file that we're going to use to store our configuration details for the database connection. So I'm using the text editor called Atom. I'm going to click on File. I'm going to click New File. And I'm going to save this file into the same directory that contains our application Python file. So I'm going to do Save As, and I'm going to give it a name. I've already pre-staged the name. I'm going to call it SQL Server _config. And this is going to be a .py file. Okay, make sure you have the .py to make sure it's a Python file, and click save. All right, so we now have the name of the file, SQL Server _config.py. So now we can start adding the configuration details for our server. We're going to add the details as a dictionary, as a Python dictionary. A Python dictionary is basically a collection which is unordered, which is changeable, and also you can index it. Okay, and in Python, dictionaries are written with curly brackets and they have keys and values. So we're going to have the keys, and then we're going to have the values for the keys inside the dictionary. So I've added the dictionary. I've called the dictionary dbconfig, uppercase C, and then the value is enclosed inside the curly braces. So we have the key, which is the driver. A driver basically is a computer program that is used as a protocol for database connection. Okay, so the driver basically works like an adapter which connects to the database. So it will connect your application to the database. All right, and the name of the driver is SQL Server. So this SQL Server is the value. Driver is the key, SQL Server is a value. The next key is the server we're connecting to, and this here is the value of the server. That's the name. Next key is the database, and the value for that database is my books. And the next key is the username, and the value is this slash this blue line is the name, username. And then we've got the password, and then this is my password. All right, so we are going to save this configuration file, and then in order to interact with our database, we're going to have to import this file as a module into our application. Importing it into our application does not expose the actual credentials. Okay, so the application can connect, but if you try to print out the details, it will not expose the actual username unless you have access to this configuration file. So the idea of a configuration file is for security reasons, so that you can give access to the actual configuration file to the developers so that they can connect to a particular database without exposing the content to the developer. That is it for this video. In this video, we created a configuration file that contains details required to connect and interact with our database and the database server. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to install PyPyODBC. In order to interact with a database from Python, you need some kind of interface. And there are different types of interfaces you can use. The one we're going to use is called PyPyODBC. ODBC basically is a standard application programming interface for accessing database management systems. In order to install this, we are going to use pip. I don't want to install it on my computer. I don't want it to be available throughout my computer. I want to restrict it to an isolated environment. So I'm going to create a virtual environment and then install this PyPyODBC inside that virtual environment. A virtual environment is an isolated Python development environment. Before you can create a virtual environment, you must have the tool to create the virtual environment. And before you can use the tool, you have to install it. The tool is called virtual env. So to install it on a Windows computer, you type in pip install and then virtual env. If you're on a Mac or Linux, you type in pip install virtual env. If you have already got it installed, it will abort the installation and tell you. I have opened up my command prompt and I've navigated to my project directory, and then I typed in this command here, which is pip install virtual environment. You can see it tells me here that the requirement is already satisfied because I've already got it installed. Okay, so the command you need to type is pip space install virtual env. If you've already got it installed, then it should tell you requirement already satisfied. If you haven't got the virtual env tool installed, this is what the installation screen should look like. Okay, if you're installing it for the first time. Once you have the virtual environment tool installed, it's now time to create a virtual environment. So make sure you are in the correct project directory, and you need this command, which is the tool to create virtual environment, and then you do a space and then you give your virtual environment a name. Anytime you are using pip to install a package in Python, sometimes the version of pip may change. As you can see on my screen, it's telling me that the version I have has changed because the version changes, and it tells you here how to update it. So I'm going to use this command they've specified here to update my pip to the most current version. So I've typed in the command here, which is what they've specified to upgrade pip. I'm just going to press enter, and that should update pip. So it will uninstall the old version and install the new one. You can see here it's telling me successfully installed. So this is my new version of pip. So now that I've got pip updated, let's go ahead and create a new virtual environment. So I'm going to clear my screen by typing in CLS, and then to create a new virtual environment inside my project directory, I just type in the name of the virtual environment tool, which is vir virtual env space, and then you give the virtual environment a name. I'm going to call mine SQL Server env. This is going to be the name of my virtual environment. So I'll press enter to create the virtual environment. So it's trying to create a new virtual environment for me. So I'll give it time to do that. So once the virtual environment has been created, you'll see this text that says done. So if I open up my project directory, so this is my project directory, that is my virtual environment folder. And inside this virtual environment folder, it's got other folders. So one thing with a virtual environment, you have to activate it. And inside this script here, there is a script called activate that we're going to run to activate the virtual environment. So first you need to do is change directory to my virtual environment. So I'll say cd to change directory. I called it SQL Server env, and I'll press enter. So that takes me into my virtual environment directory. So I'm just going to clear my screen by typing in CLS. So now I'm going to access the scripts folder inside the virtual environment folder. It's called scripts, and I'm going to do a slash and activate and press enter, and that will activate the virtual environment. You can see this bit here. Once you have this here, it tells you that the virtual environment is activated. So if you don't see this here with the name of the virtual environment in parentheses, that means your virtual environment is not activated. So it's very important that you have this. that indicates your virtual environment is active. Now that we've created a virtual environment, we can go ahead and install the PyPyODBC. So let's go ahead and install the PyPyODBC inside our environment, virtual environment. So we type in pip install space, then PyPyODBC, and then press enter, and that should fetch the package and install it. So you can see it's collected the package and it has installed it. It tells you the version as well. So we have now successfully installed the PyPyODBC driver that will create an interface between our Python application and the database. Without this, you will not be able to create that connectivity interface to the database from your application. By installing this PyPyODBC module inside the virtual environment, it contains it inside that virtual environment. So if I try to access this module outside the virtual environment, I will not be able to do that. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to connect to the database server and the database from inside our Python file that we have used to create our application front end. So before we open up the Python file, let's take a look at the directory where the file is stored. So this is the Python file we are going to use to connect to our database server and the database. We are going to need the database configuration file, which is this file. We're going to have to import the dictionary we created inside here. We're going to import that into our Python file in order to make the connection. So I've got my Python file open. So you type in from, and we are going to import that file because it's a module, and the name of the file was called SQL Server _config. So from that file, we're going to import the dictionary. So we type in import, and the name of the dictionary was called dbconfig. All right, so this dbconfig is a dictionary that contains the configuration details to connect to our server. Now that we've imported the connection, next thing to import is the PyPyODBC module. So to import the module, type in the word import, followed by the name of the module. It's called PyPyODBC. All right, so we've imported everything we need. We've got the configuration file imported. That is, we've imported the dictionary from the config file, and we've also imported the PyPyODBC. In order to shorten how we reference this, I'm going to add an alias. I'm just going to say as PYO. So anywhere you see PYO basically is going to be an alias name for this PyPyODBC. Okay, right. So the next thing we want to do is create a variable for the connection. We want the connection to be stored inside the variable. So I'm going to create a variable called con, which is short for connection. And I'm going to set this to equals to PYO. PYO represents PyPyODBC. That's the alias. And then for this PyPyODBC, I'm going to attach a method called connect. So we'll say connect, And inside the parentheses for that connect method, I'm going to pass in the dictionary I imported on line number 4. So to do that, you do asterisk asterisk and then db config. All right, the double asterisk basically means that this is a dictionary. Okay, so it's taking the content of the dictionary and it's going to extract it and pass the content as parameters to this function called connect. All right, so that way if I print out the connection, it does not print out the details of the actual credentials. All right, so to do that, I'm just going to add a print statement. I'm going to say print, and inside the parentheses, I'm going to pass in con. So it's going to print out the value of this variable called con. So to connect to the database, let's run the Python file from the virtual environment. We need to change directory to move back one, because we don't want the Python file to run from this SQL Server env, because we've already got the virtual environment activated. So we'll say cd ... and press enter. The actual file is located in this directory called bookdb. So if we click on here, we can see this is the file I'm trying to run. That's located inside this directory called bookdb and not inside the SQL Server virtual environment. Okay, so it's important we change directory to run it from the right place. So type in mybooks.py and press enter, and you can see the application launches. That is the front end, and you can also see here the connection has been printed. Notice here it does not print any details of the connection we don't see the username, the password, we don't see none of that. All it tells us is that this PYPYODBC, this is what creates the interface. All it does, it just tells us it has connection to an object. All right, so it doesn't reveal any details. So this is a more secured way of connecting to a database from a Python file. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to create a cursor object. A cursor object basically allows your Python code to execute SQL commands on your database. So basically it will allow your Python code to interact with the database and execute commands within a database session. Cursor objects can be created by using the connection.cursor method. With cursor objects, once they have been created, you can bind them to the connection for the entire lifetime, and all the commands are executed in the context of the database session, which is wrapped by the connection. So let's create a cursor object inside our Python file that we'll use to execute commands on our database server. So we've already got a variable called connection, which we have set to equals to this pyo.connect method, and we passed in the database configuration files. So what I need to do now that I've got this, I will need to create a cursor object from this connection. The first thing I want to do is create a variable that's going to store the cursor object. So I'm going to call the variable cursor, and I'm going to set it to equals to the connection variable, which is con dot cursor method. All right, so the cursor object is basically created by the connection, which is this connection on line number 7, this variable, which is equals to this value. So I'm creating the cursor object from there. So now this variable called cursor stores the cursor object. So anytime I want to execute SQL commands on the database, I will be using the cursor object, which is stored inside this variable called cursor. So that's it for this video on creating the cursor object. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to create a class and some methods. Python is an object-oriented programming language. What that means is that almost everything in Python can be treated as an object. An object basically has properties, which could include variables. An object also has methods, which are functions that can perform a variety of tasks. A class is like an object constructor. It's basically a blueprint or template for creating objects. All right. Programmers and developers basically like using classes to keep related things together. A class is created by using the keyword class. A method or methods are basically functions inside a class. So when functions are defined inside a class, they are referred to as methods. If the functions are created outside the class, they are then referred to as a function. So that's the key distinction. They both do the same thing, just that the functions created within a class are referred to as methods. So let's go ahead and create a class. So I'm just going to create a class underneath this cursor variable. So I'm just going to tab down and create the class. So to create a class, you type in the word class, space, and then you give the class a name. I'm going to call this book DB. All right. And then you have to add the colon once you've created the class. And then you tab to indent. And then you can start creating functions or methods. So functions defined inside a class are referred to as methods. So the first method I want to define here is called the underscore init underscore. I'll define it and then I'll explain what that method does. So I've added the code for my first method here, which is this block of code here. I'm just going to explain the code to you line by line. So you define a method by using the keyword def, and the name of this method is underscore. So this is double underscore init double underscore, and then the parentheses. Inside the parentheses are passed in this keyword self. I'm going to explain what that is in a minute, but let me explain what this underscore init underscore is. All classes have a function called underscore init underscore, which is always executed when the class is being instantiated. So if you create a new object from this class, this underscore init underscore init, this method is automatically called. Okay, so you use this method, this underscore init function, you use that to assign values to object properties or other operations that are necessary to perform when the object is created. Remember that this method here, underscore init underscore, is automatically called every time the class is being used to create a new object. If you notice inside the parentheses for this method, I've passed in this self parameter. The self parameter is a reference to the current instance of the class, and it is used to access variables that belongs to the class. The key thing is that it has to be the first parameter of any function or method in a class. And then I am now creating some variables inside this method here, and I'm referencing this self parameter. So I'm doing a self.con. I'm referring to this connection variable on line number 7 here. And that's the connection I'm referring to. So what that means is that from this class, I can access the database. All right, this class can connect to the database because I've passed in the details of that connection. All right, and then here also I can use the cursor object inside this function. We can initiate that. Again, I'm using the self parameter to reference this cursor object, which is equals to this variable called cursor. And then I'm just adding a print statement. So when you connect, it will say you have connected to the database. And here I'm saying print the connection. All right. So by defining all this here, I can comment out this line 8 here. I don't need to print the connection there anymore. I can get that printed from this method. All right. So the self, by putting the self next to the variable names, it enables me to access these variables from anywhere within the class. So if I have other methods defined inside this class, I can access other variables from other methods just because they've got this self next to it. So if I create another method now and I want to access any of these values, because I've got the self next to it, it's easy for me to access the variables. I'm going to add another method that is called __del__. This method is basically a method that is used when the instance is about to be destroyed. It's also known as the destructor. So to define that, I'll type in def. To define the function, you do a space, ___ del ___, and then inside the parentheses, the first parameter is going to be the self. Okay, so the self parameter is going to be the first that we pass into that, and then we add the colon and press enter to indent the code. And for this, I want this to close the connection for the database. All right, so to do that, I'm going to do self.con. Con here, I'm referring to the connection variable, okay, which we define up here on line number 7. That's what we are referencing inside this method. So I'm doing con.close. All right, so this method here, the function, the main objective of this method is to close the connection. So it will destroy the instance that was opened, okay, the database session. So that is it for this video. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to add more methods to the class. So the methods we're going to add are going to be a view method that will enable us to view all the records inside the database. We're also going to have an insert method that will enable us to insert data into the database. We're going to have an update method that will enable us to update existing records inside the database. We're also going to have a delete method that will enable us to delete records from the database. So this is what our application looks like. So eventually, once all the methods have been implemented, and once we've created some more functions outside the class, all these buttons will be able to interact with the database. So the view function or method should interact with this view all button. So when we click on this button, it will pull all the data from the database and display them here. The clear button will clear the screen. Exit will exit the application. Modify records basically is going to enable you to update records from the database. So when you view all the records from the database in here, you can select a database row, modify it using this modify button. You can also delete a record using this delete button. So we have to implement the methods inside the functions, and then we also will create some functions outside of the class, but both will interact in order to make all these buttons useful. I have pre-staged the code. All I'm going to do is add them in at a time and then explain what the code does. So the first chunk of code I'm going to add is for the view function. So I've added this chunk of code here highlighted from line 23 to 26. This is a function or method called view. The first parameter is the self, and then you can see here I've got two variables. One is the cursor, so I am now referencing this cursor object. So this cursor, remember, we defined them in this init. So because I've got the self next to it, I'm able to reference it inside this method. So I'm referencing this cursor variable, and I'm passing this method called execute. So, okay, so this is what is going to enable me to perform SQL commands on the database server. So this execute here, inside the parentheses for this execute method, we pass in the SQL command. So we are selecting, asterisk basically means select all the records from the table called book. I think I called the table, I'm not sure if I called it books or books. So whatever the table is, let me check the database and see what I called it. Not quite sure. Okay, yeah, I called it books. So that is, so we need to change that to books. All right, so what this will do, it will connect to the database, and this execute command will execute this query. It will select all the records from this table called books. And then we've got a variable called rows, and we set that to equals to self.cursor. So we are using another method called fetch all. We're using that on the cursor object. So this will fetch all the records and store it inside this database, this variable called rows. So line 24 executes the query, fetches all the records from this table called books. Line 25 creates this variable called rows, and then uses the fetch all method to fetch all the rows from the database table and store them inside this rows variable. Line 26 will return the rows that were stored in this rows variable. Okay, so that's basically what this method does. I have added another method here, which is highlighted here from line 28 to 33. This method here is going to be responsible for inserting data into the database. So line 28, we define the method called insert, and inside the parentheses for the method, we pass in some parameters. The first is always the self parameter, and then we have the title, the author, and the ISBN. These are all columns that we defined in our database table. Line 29, we create a variable called SQL. I just called it SQL, but you can call it anything you like. And we've set that to equals to this SQL statement. So this is what you use to insert data into the database. So you type in insert into, the name of the table is called books, and then in parentheses you specify the columns. So that table has 3 columns. We've got the title, the author, and the ISBN. We don't really count the ID column because that is kind of like silent. And then we need to have the corresponding values that we go into these columns, and we represent them here with these question marks because we don't know what they are at the moment. We only capture that when the user inputs that into the entry form. All right. And then here we create another variable called values, and these values will represent the values that the user inserts into the input entry form. All right. And we have that enclosed in quotes like a list. So we have the title of the book, the author, and the ISBN. Line 31 is what we use to execute the command on the database. So we are calling the cursor object and we are passing the execute method on the cursor object. And inside the parentheses, we are referencing this variable called SQL on 29, which stores this value, which inserts the data. And then we're also grabbing the variable on line 30, which has the title of the columns. We're passing that. So the execute command will execute these variables, SQL values, on this cursor object. Anytime you perform an operation on the database, you have to commit that operation. So line 32, we are committing what has been inserted into the database. And once that is successful, line 33, we are displaying a message that will pop up. This line 33 pops up a message, and the title of the dialog box will say book database, and the message that will be displayed will say new book added to the database. I have added another chunk of code here for the update method. So this block from line 35 to 39. So let me run through the code. The method was defined using the def keyword. Name of the method is update. Inside the parentheses for the method, we pass in some parameters. The first always is the self parameter, and then interestingly we pass in the ID because the ID is unique to every record inside the database. We need to use the ID to update the record. So we've got the ID, we've got the title, we've got the author, we've got the ISBN. So we create some variables, create a variable here called tsql, and the value is the SQL command that will update the record. So you type in update, the name of the table is books, and we set the title to, so you can update several things. You can update the title, you can update the author, or you can update the ISBN, but this is a command. So if you are updating the title, you're going to set the title to blank. We don't know what it's going to be. The author to question mark, and the ISBN to question mark. So we represent the unknown values with question mark until the user actually does that update. And then we have to use the where command. So where the ID is whatever ID is supplied. All right. So line 36 is the actual SQL command that will update the selected record based on the unique ID. Line 37, we're using the cursor object again, and we're calling the execute command or execute function on the cursor object. And inside this execute method, we're passing in the variable on line 36. We also passing in this list, and inside this list, a list is represented by square brackets. So inside this list, we have the title of the book, the author, the ISBN, and the ID. So once we grab all that, we have to commit. Once the record has been updated, we'll click on this self.con, which commits the update to the database. Line 39 will pop up a message saying the book has been updated. I have added the final method I want to use for this class, which is called the delete method. It's on line 41 to 45. Again, you create the method by using the def keyword, giving it a name called delete, and inside the parentheses, I'm only passing in two parameters, the self and the ID. This method works slightly different from the update, because when you're doing the update, you can update either the title, the author, or the ISBN, but you're using the ID, the unique ID reference, to do the updates. On the delete method, we only need the ID for that record in order to delete the record. So line 42, we create a variable called del query, which means delete query, and then we set that to equals to this SQL command, which is delete from this table called books, where the ID is whatever ID is supplied. Okay, we represent that with this question mark because we don't know what the ID will be at the moment. And then line 43, we are referencing the cursor object, which is used to interact with the database, and we are attaching this execute method on the cursor object. This execute method, we're passing in this variable on line 42, and then we do a comma, and then we pass in the ID because it is the ID, whatever ID that is unique that the user selects is what we're going to use to identify the record to be deleted. Once that has been executed, we need to commit that to the database, and we use the self.con.commit method to commit that change to the database. Once we've done that on line 45, we're going to display a dialog box that will say book database, and the message that will be displayed from that dialog box will be book deleted. So this message will only pop up when the deletion has been successful. So that is it for all the methods we want to use inside this class that we created called BookDB. In subsequent videos, we will create more functions that we will use to interact with the methods inside this class. So that is it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. We are going to be creating a function for selected row inside the list box. So this is our application, and this blue area here is known as the list box, which is going to be used to display a list of items from the database, and the items will normally be displayed in rows inside this list box. The function we are going to create is going to respond to events. All right, an event basically is an action that occurs, e.g. a mouse click or a button click. So if we click on, say for example, we click on this view all records, and that brings in all the records from the database and populates this list box. If we click on a particular row, we want something to happen. So the function we're going to create now will respond to that event. So an event is an occurrence, something that happens. Example of an event could be a mouse click or a button click. So if I click on a row here, that is an event. We want the function to do something with that event. So I'm going to add a new function, which is going to be outside of this class Okay, so the function is not going to be part of the class. You can see here the indentation level is different. This indentation here where the mouse is flashing is the same level as this one here, the class. So which means that the function that I'm going to add here is not going to belong to that class. It's an independent function. Before I add the function for the selected row, I want to just create a simple variable that we're going to use later that will enable us to interact with the functions or methods we have inside our class with the functions that we create outside this class. So the variable I'm going to create, I'm going to call it db, and I'm going to set it to equals to book db, which is the name of my class. So if I want to interact with other functions outside of the class, I can use this variable I've just created on line 47 to do the interaction. So I've added a chunk of code here from line 49 all the way to line 58. So I'm just going to describe what this code is going to be doing. Line 49 is where I defined the function with the def keyword, space, and then I gave the function a name. The name of the function is get underscore selected underscore row, and inside the parentheses I've passed in event as the parameter. An event is an action that occurs. Example of an event could be a mouse click or a button click. So any activity or any action that a user performs is known as an event. All right, so the event will be captured and this function will respond to that event. The particular event I'm interested in is the interaction with the rows inside the list box. So line 50 here, I'm using the keyword global. Keyword global is basically when you want to create a global variable from a non-global scope. So variables normally created inside a function are local to the function. All right, so the scope of that variable is usually within that function. But because I want to be able to modify this variable outside of this function, I need to add the word global so that it is not confined only to this scope of the function. By making this variable on line 50 global, it means that I can modify the variable outside of its current scope, which is this function. So the name of the variable is selected underscore tuple. At the moment, I've just declared the variable. I've not assigned it any value. Line number 51, I've got a variable, I call it index, and I've set it to equals to the list box, which is list underscore bx. That's the name I called my list box. And I'm attaching a method called cur selection to it. And inside that method called cur selection, I'm passing in the index. All right, the index is usually 0 based. This cur selection method is used to return a list of items, and it usually returns the index of the items. So the items are index based. The first element in that list is usually item 0. So they are 0 based. So the first item is 0, next one is 1, the second one is 1, and so on. All right. And usually what this cur selection method will do, it will return the list of items, but it returns the indexes of those items. And usually it returns a tuple, which contains the line numbers of the selected item. Usually it will start counting from 0. All right. If nothing is selected, an empty tuple is returned. A tuple is a collection which is ordered and unchangeable. So tuple cannot be changed once you have created them. They are like a list. The difference is that a list, you can make modifications to them. With a tuple, once you've created them, that's it. You can't change them. All right. Normally, you can access the values inside the tuple by their index, which is 0 base, which means the first element is index 0, second element is index 1, and so on. On line number 52, we are now assigning a value to the variable called selected underscore tuple. We are assigning a value of the list box dot, and then we are assigning this get method. So basically what I'm saying here on line 52, for the selected tuple variable, I'm going to reference the list box. This get method here is used to get something. All right, so it's going to get, and inside the parentheses are passing what I want it to get. It's going to retrieve the index of a particular row that is selected from the list. Line 53 is basically the entry box, which is this. Okay, let me show you this here. These are the entry box. So this is the title, the author, the ISBN. All right, so that's what I'm referring to here. Title underscore entry, title underscore entry, author, and then ISBN. So what this basically means, this dot delete dot 0 slash end, what it means is that before, if I select a row here, it will delete anything from the beginning to the end, so that it clears the entry box before it populates it with what I have clicked on inside this list box. That's what this is doing. This line 53, it will delete from the beginning to the end. Line 54 will then insert. I mean, it will then add from whatever row I selected from the list box. It will then populate the entry box. Okay, and it will do that. When you say from the end, it means from where it was cleared, and then it will add the selected underscore tuple variable, and it will grab the index. If the index is 1, that means it grabs the second item in the tuple. So line 55 to 58 is the same process. So you first of all clear the entry box, and then you insert whatever row was selected. Same thing with the ISBN. You delete first to clear, and then you insert. When you say 0, that means you deleting from the beginning, which is 0, to the end. Any text from 0 to the end, you're clearing it before you insert whatever row that you select from this list box. And each of this entry box here are given an index. So this title entry insert will have the index of 1. This author entry, the insert method, will have the index of 2, and the ISBN will have the index of 3. All right, so the insert method is what is used to populate these entry boxes. All right, while the delete method is what is used to clear the entry boxes. So that is it for this video. In the next video, we are going to add some more functions that we'll use to work with the methods inside the class. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we're going to create some more functions, some of which will be used to interact with the methods from the class. So we're going to create a view records function. We're going to create an add a book function, which will interact also with the methods inside the class. we're going to add a delete record function. We're also going to add a record that will enable us to clear the screen. We're also going to add a function that will be used to update the records. Also want to close. So when you are exiting the application, we want a pop-up message to come up to ask you if you really want to quit the application. So all this will be adding in this video. So the functions, I'm going to be adding them underneath the last function we created, which was get underscore selected row. So I'm just going to tab down, and the indentation is very important. You can see where the cursor is flashing. So they must all be on the same level. If your code is not well indented, it does not execute properly. The interpreter, the Python interpreter, will complain about your indentation. So indentation is very important in Python code. I have added this chunk of code here from line 60 to 63. The name of the function is called view underscore records. So line 61 here, I'm referencing the list box, and I'm attaching this delete method to the list box. So what this delete method is going to be doing inside the list box is basically going to clear the list box. So it's going to clear any item from the beginning, which is 0, to the end. Once it clears the list box, it's going to fetch. So for each row in the, remember I created another method inside the class called view. So this view underscore records is going to interact with this method here called view, which I created inside my class. So this view method inside the class is what gets all the records from the database and stores it inside this variable called rows. So that's what I am now interacting with here in this function. So it's saying for the row in this DB basically means I'm referencing the class. Remember here on line 47, I created a variable called DB, which is equals to the class called bookDB. So anytime I want to interact with that class, I'm using this variable called DB, which will interact with the class. So it interacts with the functions from that class. So I'm saying for row in this db.view function inside the class, I've got a function called view. So this is what it is referring to. I want it to insert each row that it grabs from that record from the database. I want it to insert it into the list box, and the insertion should be from the end. So this line 61 clears the list box, and then line 63 inserts the records that it grabs from the row that it stored the records from, which belongs to this view function inside the class. All right. So from that end, from the end of where it cleared it, it will then insert each row from the database. That's basically what this function is doing. This is what will display the records inside the list box. So this method will interact with the method from the view class. I have added another chunk of code here, which is this block from line 65 to 72. Now this function is going to work in conjunction with a function that I created inside the class called insert. So this name of this function is called add underscore book. This is what we'll control when we're adding a new book into the database. Line 66, I'm referencing this DB here, which is a variable that contains the class. And from this DB variable, I'm accessing the insert class, insert method from the class DB bookdb. All right. So this, inside this insert method, I am accessing this variable. Okay, and inside this variable here, we've got this get method. This get method is basically going to be what will retrieve what is stored inside this variable. And you can see the author underscore text. We're grabbing whatever text is stored in that variable using the get method. The ISBN also will grabbing whatever value is stored inside this variable called ISBN underscore text. All these variables I described previously inside the widgets when we were creating the widgets. All right. So the get method is what will get the information stored in the variables. Line 67 is what is going to be used to insert. So whatever input the user inputs, the get method is going to be used to retrieve those inputs. Line 67 is going to clear the list box. So it clears it from the beginning to the end. Line 68 would then insert from the end of the list box that was cleared. It will insert whatever details that was retrieved from line 66. So it will get the title text, get the author text, get the ISBN text, and then insert it in the list box. Line 69 again will get the entry box. It will clear it. So the reason for clearing it is that we don't want the text, once you enter a text, we don't want the text to be retained. We want it to be cleared so that you can enter a new text. So that's what line 69 does. It clears the text from the beginning to the end. It clears the input after it inserting. That's what I have commented here. And then this author underscore entry, again, is the details from the author entry. It will delete from the 0 to the end, beginning to the end. And this one also deletes to the end. So all this basically is that once I have entered a value for, or the users entered the value for all these input, this delete will clear the input. Without this, the text will be retained after the information has been added to the database. We're just using this delete to clear the input so that they are not retained. Line 72 basically commits whatever has been added into the database, because you have to commit for the information to be permanent in the database. I've added another function here, which is called delete underscore records. This function is basically going to be responsible for deleting a selected record or row. All right. So inside here, we're referencing the class from this variable called db, and we are attaching this delete method to it. So what basically this is going to delete whatever row was selected from the tuple, and we're passing it the index of 0. So it's going to grab whatever tuple index you select, and it's going to delete it. All right. So anywhere you see db dot whatever, this db is referring to the class. So we're interacting with the method from the class. So this is going to work with the delete method inside the class. All right. And once you've done that, you just commit using the connection.commit method. It's very important you commit your work. If not, it doesn't get permanent inside the database. I have added another function here from line 78 to 82. This function is going to be responsible just for clearing the screen. So when you click on the button that says clear, it will clear the list box from the beginning to the end. It will clear the title entry input box from the beginning to the end. It will clear the author entry box from the beginning to the end, the ISBN entry box from the beginning to the end. All right, so that's basically what this clear underscore screen function is going to do. I have added another function from line 84 all the way to 89. This is called the update underscore records function. This function is going to be responsible for updating a selected record inside the list box. So here, line 85, again, we're referencing the class from this DB variable, and we are calling this update function. Remember, inside this DB class, we have a function called update. That's what we're referring to here. And inside that update function, we are passing in some parameters. We are grabbing the selected tuple index. We're using the get method to grab the text title, the author text, and the ISBN text. So anywhere you see the get method here, its purpose is to grab information. Okay, so any information entered into those variables are captured using the get method. And here we've got some delete methods attached to these entry variables. So the purpose of that is basically to just clear the entry inputs after the selected action has been performed. If not, the text gets retained. We don't want that. So this delete method attached to these entry variables are basically used to clear the entry inputs once the update has been performed. And line 89 here basically commits the changes to the database. I have added another function, which is going to be the final one for this video, from line 91 to 95. This function basically is going to be responsible for popping up a message. If you try to exit the application other than from the exit button, you get a pop-up box that will ask you this question. The pop-up box, the dialog box will say quit, and it will ask you, do you want to quit? And if you click yes, it will then quit the application. So basically this is the name of the function. So you can see it says on closing. So if you're trying to close the application from other places apart from the exit button, it will ask you this message. Okay, this message pops up. So I've just created a variable called dd. I've set it to equals to db, which is a variable I created earlier. And I'm saying here on line 93, if the message box dot ask cancel, this is another method here that is attached to this message box here. If this here, and inside this method, I'm saying quit. If this comes up, it says it will ask, do you want to quit? And if you say yes, line 94 will call this root variable and then apply the destroy method. The destroyed method basically allows you to exit the application. And then line 34 then deletes this variable on line 92. That's basically what this function is doing. So that is it for this video. Thanks very much for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to activate the button widgets for our application. At the moment, none of our buttons work. So if you click on the buttons, they are not going to do anything. That's because we have not activated them. We've created the functions that will be responsible for the actions performed by the buttons. We just need to wire the functions into the buttons. So we've got 6 buttons in all. We've got the add book button, we've got the view all records button, the clear screen button, exit application button, modify record button, and the delete record button. So we're going to wire them up to their respective functions. So the functions that we're going to use to wire the buttons are the functions that we created outside of the class, the standalone functions. So we're going to have like the view underscore records, the add a book, and the other functions that are outside of the class. So let's go down to where the button widgets are and start looking for our button. So this is the first button here. This is the add button All right, this is the button that will add the book. And inside the properties for the button, we've got this command here. This is what responds to the action or the event of the button when the button is clicked. So we have a function that we created called add a book, which is what we are going to add to there. You can see here I've got a function here called add_book. That is what I need to wire inside this button widget. So on line 127, where I've got this command here, I'm just going to get rid of the blank. When the button was created, I had to give it a blank value because I had not yet created a function. So now that the function has been created, I can add the function. The function is called add_book. All right, so now when the button is clicked on, this command here will call this function called add_book, and that will respond to the click of that button. All right, so that is that button. Let's move over to the next button. The next button I'm going to wire up is going to be the modify button. So I'm going to use this function inside the modify button, which is update_records. That's what we're going to use to update a selected record. So let me locate that button. So the button is on line 143. So again, inside this command property, I'm going to get rid of the blank value and then add the name of the function, which is called update_records. So when this modify button is clicked, it will call this particular function called update_records. The next button I want to wire up is the delete button. So I'm going to call this delete_records function each time the delete button is clicked on. So I need to locate the delete button, which is on line 146. So I'm just going to scroll into this command here. I'm going to get rid of the blank value and call the delete records function. So this function will be called anytime this delete button is clicked on, and it will execute what's inside the function. The next button I want to wire up is the view all button. This is the button that's going to fetch all the records from the database. So the function I'm going to call when that button is clicked is this view_records. So let's locate the button. We'll go to here. That's the button here on line 149. So I'm just going to look, and inside this command here, I'm going to get rid of the blank value and type in the name of the function, which is view records. Okay, so this is the function that's going to be called when that button is clicked on. The next button I'm going to wire up is going to be the button that will clear all the text from all the input screens and also from the list box. So it's going to be this clear_screen. So I'm just going to look for that button and then call that method on the button. So I look for the clear_button, which is on line 152. And I'm just going to clear the value for the command and type in clear_screen. So this is going to be the function that's going to be called anytime that button is clicked on. We also have the exit button on line 155. I have not defined a specific function for that button, but we can use the destroy method to exit the application when this button is clicked. So inside this command here, I'm going to clear the blank value, and I'm just going to call the root variable, which is root, and then I will attach the destroy method to it. So I'll say destroy. All right, and what that would do when that exit button is clicked, it will call this destroy property, which will exit the application. So we've now wired all the buttons. So some of the buttons will not do anything at the moment unless we interact with the database. The database is actually empty at the moment. One more thing I'd like to do before I wrap up this video is to be able to bind a selected item inside the list box. So when the list box area here is populated, we want any row that is being clicked on, we want that row to be binded to the particular list box and also to the selected row function. We created a function called get selected row. So we want to bind whatever row is selected to that function. So for that, we're going to use the list box select property. So let's define that. I'm going to define that just underneath where I specify the list box widget. So here on line, I'm just going to tab down, and then on line 133, I'm going to define the binding. So I'm going to reference the list box, which is called list underscore box, and I'm going to attach a bind method. So I'm going to do dot bind, and inside the parentheses for this bind method, I'm going to pass in a property that will enable us to make a selection from the rows inside the list box. And the property is called list box select. So you define that with double angle brackets, and then you type in list box select. That will enable us to bind the selected list box item, and then we'll close the angle brackets. And then the other parameter we want inside this bind method is the function. We want to call that function that we defined that is called get selected row. So we had a function defined earlier called get selected row. So we're calling that function also. So the parameters inside this bind method are this list box select property, which enable us to select an item from the list box. And then we'll call this function called get underscore selected underscore row on the selection. So this enables any row we select, we're able to do something with it. So that is it for this video. Thank you for watching. In the next video, we're going to start interacting with our application. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to start interacting with our database from our front-end application interface. Before we run our Python file to launch the application interface, I need to make a quick correction. I spotted an error on the code on line number 47, where I declared a variable called db and I set it to equals to the class called bookdb. I forgot to add the parentheses. So make sure you add the parentheses so as to prevent issues. So click to save your changes, and then we can go ahead and run the Python file. Make sure you run the Python file from within your virtual environment so it can access the pyodbc that you installed using pip. So this is my virtual environment activated, I'm going to run the Python file, which is called mybooks.py. Then I'll press enter to launch the front end. So this is the front end of the application. So we're going to start interacting with the database from within this front end. So what I'm going to do is provide some entries for these input fields. So I'm going to add some text for the title, for the author, for ISBN, and then I'll click add book to add the book into the database. Before we do that, I want to take a quick look at the database so we can check the current state. I have opened up my Microsoft SQL Server Management Studio, and inside there you can see the databases. So this is my database called my books, and this is the table inside the database called books. So I'm going to run a quick query that we can use to check the state of the database table. So to query the table, I'm going to click on this new query tab. To open up the query window, I'm going to paste in the query. It's just a simple query, and make sure here in this drop down, make sure you have the right database selected so that the query is executed against the right database. So I'm selecting asterisk, means select all the records from this table called DBO books, which is this table here. You can see some red squiggly lines. That's probably because there's nothing inside the table at the moment. I'm going to click this execute button, and you can see here it displays the columns within the table, but there are no records because I've not inserted any. So we're going to be doing that through the application front end. So I've added some values for this title entry box. I've typed in that, and for the author I've added this, and for the ISBN I've added this. The ISBN numbers I'm restricting just to 7 digits so that it doesn't overflow the column. So next thing I want to do is to click on this add book button to insert the records into the database. So I'll click add book, and you can see here it says new book added to the database. So I'll click OK, and it pops the information inside the list box. Now if I click on clear screen, it will clear the text from the list box. If I click on this view all records, it will go to the database and fetch every record it has. You can see here it's giving me this record from the database. So we can clear the list box just by clicking on this clear screen. Let's go over to the database and check our query here. You can see this query I executed is now returned. This is what we've just inserted. Notice that this ID column is showing a value of 2, and the reason being is that I previously, just to test, I inserted one record into the database, then deleted it. So that record had the ID of 1, but I've deleted it now. So this one I've just inserted gives you the ID of 2, and this numbering here on here, this is just the actual database numbering. Remember that when I created the columns on this ID column, I added an identity property which will have an increment of 1. So if I insert another record, the ID from this ID column will become 3 and so on. All right, so I'm going to go back into the front end and just add a few more records. I have added some more records to the database. I'm just going to add one more. Before I add this one, I just want you to notice something. During the code, if I open up the code here, and during the inside the add book function here, notice these bits here that I've got dot delete 0 to end, dot delete 0 to end. What I'm referring to here is this text. So once I add the book, I don't want the text to remain in the entry box. I want them to clear. That's what that method is going to do. So I'm going to click add. If once I say OK, the text box will be empty. Notice they are now empty. This was achieved by using this .delete on the entry option, on this entry inputs. Okay, so I've now added a new record and I can clear the screen. I can view all the records from the database by clicking the view all records, and this shows me all the records. Notice the sequence 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This was done using the identity column which I added to the ID fields. All right, and also notice that these values are in curly braces. That's because I have not applied any formatting. I didn't do any string formatting when I created the function. So, but you can research into that. If you want to remove the curly braces, all you need to do is implement some string formatting, and that will take out the curly braces. Okay, so as you can see, these are all the records. This is the ID. This is the value for the title of the book. This is the author of the book, and this is the ISBN number. All right, so once we've done that, we can clear the screen, and in the next video we will do some more interaction with the database, where we will learn to update a record inside the database and also to delete a record from the database. But before we go, let's go over to our database. The last time I ran this statement, we only had one record returned. I've added some more, so I'm just going to run this query again and see that all the records we added, look at them, from 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so notice the numbering on the ID column is different from this one here. This is the database own, but this ID column is the identity property I applied to the ID column, which increases by 1. So each record you add will increase by 1, and so on. Hence we have 2, 3. It didn't start from 1. It did start from 1, but I already deleted that record. I was just using that to test the database table. So as you can see, all our records are now inside the database. So we're able to insert records inside the database from the front end of our application. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to continue interacting with our database from within our front end application. So if we take a look at the console, you can see that my virtual environment is active. You can see this message here that says you have connected to the database. That message here is inside the underscore init init method, which is inside the class. So you can see here, this is the print I've told you to do, to print you have connected to the database. If the connection is successful, that's what we have here. And then this line 18 that says print connection, which is what is printed here. So that is the connection. It's always a good idea to keep an eye on the console when you're running your application, especially if you have any errors. That should be the first place you look if your application doesn't appear to be working the way it should. What I'm going to do now is update a record from within the database. So I'm going to click view all records. That will fetch all the records from the database. So you can see the last record is record number 9. So if I go into my script and execute, you can see here my script has last record number 9. So if I want to update a record, for example, all these are rows from the database. So if I click on this here, you can see it has popped all the details inside the entry boxes. So if I want to update any, for example, if I want to update the title, I can update it from there. Anything I want to update, I can do that. So if we take a look at the update method, this is it. This is the function responsible for the update. So we're updating, we can either update the title, the author, or the ISBN. So I've selected the role that I want to update. And if we take a look at our code, inside the list box, there is the bind. We had to bind the actual list box. So if you look here on line 133, we've got the list box.bind, and we've got this list box select property, which enables us to select an item from the list box. And then we are referencing this function that says get underscore selected row. So that's what's controlling this. So I'm able to select this because of that binding. So now let's say I want to update this one that says altitude reflects attitude. If I want to change the attitude to gratitude, so I've now changed where it says attitude, I've changed it to gratitude. I'm just going to click on the modify button, modify record, and that should pop up a message. Your book has been updated. I click OK. If I clear the screen, view all records, you can see number 9, where I changed the attitude to gratitude. You can see now that update has been reflected. If I want to delete a record, I just click on view all records, select the record, and I just click the delete button, and it will delete the record based on the ID. All right, so if I click delete, it will say book deleted. I click OK. If I clear the screen, click view, that record number 9 is no longer there. So you can see we've been able to interact with the database by using the add book button to insert record into the database. We're able to use the view all records button to retrieve all the records we have inside the database. And we were able to use the modify button to modify records in the database. We were also able to delete records from within the database. So all our buttons work, and we can also exit the application by using this exit application button, and that exits the application. All right. So if we want to go back in, we just launch the application again. And this is us back into the application. Click on view all records, and that will fetch all the records from the database. This is just a basic application that you can make lots of improvement on. For example, you can apply formatting so that the curly braces do not appear. And you can also do some more spacing in between each of the element. For example, you can see here there's not much spacing. You can implement that, and you can play around and come up with other ideas to improve the application. The main focus for this was just to show you how to interact with a database from within an application front end. So that is it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to download and install MySQL. We are going to be using an installer to install MySQL and other related software that you would need to work with MySQL. So what is an installer? An installer is basically a piece of software that is used to install software programs on a system. An installer basically makes it easy to install other programs by providing the user with a step-by-step process, also giving them the ability or the options to select what they wish to install. So to download the MySQL installer, we need to go to the link I have displayed on the screen. This is the download page to download MySQL installer. So if I scroll down to the bottom of the page, when you download the installer and run it, it will install all these various software. These are all part of the MySQL catalog. These can be installed individually, which takes a lot more time. But when you're using the installer, it can install all these together for you. So that's the advantage of using the installer. It basically simplifies the process. So if I scroll down, there are two installer files depending on how you wish to run the installation. If you want to run the installation with an internet connection, then you choose this file. If you want to run the installation offline, you choose this file, which is a much bigger file. So if I scroll down, you'll see the two files that we have. For me, I'm going to choose the smaller file because I want to run my installation using my internet connection. So I'm going to download that. If you, however, want to run your installation offline, you need to click on this download button, which is a much bigger file. So I'm going to go for this one. So I'll click on the download button and it gives me this page. To begin your download, it's asking if you can sign up or if you've already got an account. With Oracle, it's telling you to log in. Well, this is optional. You don't have to do that. There is an option here to skip that. You can say no thanks, just start my download. So I'm going to click this link here and it should begin the download. So that's my download there. I'll just give it a few minutes to complete. So the file has finished. So I'm just going to double click to run the installation. You may get an antivirus pop-up when you try to run the installation, basically asking you if it is safe to install the package. So I'm going to double click and I'll just say yes to my antivirus. You can see it's asking if I want to launch and I've said yes. So it's telling me here that there is an upgrade available for MySQL installer. It's saying if I want to go for the upgrade, I'll say yes to begin the upgrade of MySQL installer. So you are presented with this page here for license agreement. So click on this checkbox here that says I accept the license terms. Feel free to read through that if you wish to do so and click next. And then you have to choose the type of setup. There are different types. The default is developer. It tells you what it's going to install in this area here. If you click on the different options, you can see what it entails. For me, I'm going to go for the full option here, which will install all, including MySQL products and features. So it tells you here what it is going to install. So now that I've got my setup type selected, I'll click next. And here I'm presented with an option to manually install this Python connector. MySQL basically has different connectors that allows you to connect to the MySQL database. They're basically connectivity drivers for database. So if you're working with Python, for example, and you want to use MySQL as your database, then you will need a connector. I'm going to skip that at the moment because I don't need it. So I'll say next. So what it's doing here is telling me that I have not chosen this option here. So it's asking me, do I want to go ahead with the installation despite the fact that I've not chosen that? I'll say yes, please go ahead. Click on that, and what it will do, it selects all the products that it is going to download and install. You can see here the status is saying ready to download, and it's asking you here to click on the execute to install or update these packages. So I'm going to click execute to begin the download and then installation of the packages. So the packages have all been downloaded and installed. You can see the status is complete, which means it has successfully installed all these packages, hence you have the green ticks. So the installer has taken us through the license agreement. We've chosen a setup type. We've done the installation. Now we are going to the next stage, which is a product configuration. So click on the next button, and here is telling us it's going to configure these products. Okay, so it says ready to configure. Just click on the next button, and we will be given this option here for group replication. So you have an option here to select this standalone MySQL option. It tells you what the option does, and then it gives you this option here also as a sandbox. I'm going to choose the default, which is standalone. I'm going to click next, and then here I have type and networking. So we need to configure what type of SQL Server we want to set up. So in the drop down here, there's different options here. We've got the development, which is the default. We've got the server computer. So if you have several server applications that will be running on this computer, you need to choose that one. And then you have the dedicated one, which is this one here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave it on the default, which is a development computer. And then for connectivity, I need to make sure that the TCP/IP is checked, because we're going to connect using that. And I'm going to leave this port also checked. And here we're going to open the Windows Firewall ports for network access. So I'm going to leave the default settings for the type and networking. So the next, click on the next tab to go to the next configuration. It's asking you for authentication method. It's saying to use strong password encryption for authentication. This is recommended. And then it says use legacy authentication method, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going to go for the recommended option. I'll click next. And then you need to specify the accounts and the roles. You need to specify a password for MySQL root. It's very important that you choose a password that you can remember later, because this is development. It doesn't have to be a strong password, but choose one that you will remember. So I have entered the password and confirmed it. It's telling me that my password strength is weak, and doesn't really matter because this is just a development machine. And then here also is giving an option here to add a user. So if you wanted to add users to your server, this you can also do it here. It says create MySQL user accounts for your users and applications, and then you can also assign a role to the user that consists of a set of privileges. This you can also do at a later time. So for now, I'm just going to click next, and then here it's giving you an option to configure Windows service. So here for the Windows service, you have to provide a name. It's giving you a default name there. Because this is development server, just accept the default. You can change that if you wish to do so. And then you also have the tick here that says start the MySQL server at system startup. So when you start up the system, it will automatically start up the MySQL server. So leave that checked. and then it's asking you how you want to run the Windows service. It's giving you a default here of using the standard system account. I will recommend you accept that and just click next. And then it's telling you here to click on this execute button to apply all the configuration changes. So it tells you, giving you what the configuration steps are here. So by applying the execute button, it will apply the configuration settings. So I'm going to click on that, and you can see it's going through the various steps of applying the configuration. Once the configuration has been applied, you will get this little message here saying the configuration for MySQL Server was successful. Click on finish to continue. So I'll click finish, and you can see it's giving you a next button. We now have to move over to the configuration of the router and the samples and examples. So click on next, and then here it says configure MySQL router for InnoDB cluster. No, we're not going to do that because I have not chosen this InnoDB cluster. I'm going to skip that and just click on finish. And you can see here it says initial configuration. So it's still initially configuring the router. The router basically is a lightweight middleware that provides transparent routing between your application and any back-end MySQL server. So it's basically the function of the router is to provide transparent routing between your application and any of the back-end servers. So once you've got this button here, if it's highlighted, it means you can progress. Click next. And here you're given the option to connect to the server, and that's the name of, that's the server, that's the port. Make sure you take notice of the port in case there are any issues. It's asking for a password. The username to connect to the MySQL server is going to be root. The password will be the password that you would have set during the configuration. So I'm going to enter mine. I've entered mine. Just click on check, and if your password is successful, you can see here it says connection succeeded. All connection succeeded. Just click next, and it says press execute to apply the changes. I'm just going to press execute. So once the configuration operation has completed, you will get this finish button highlighted. Just click finish, and it tells you about product configuration. The router, it says initial configuration because we didn't actually configure it as such, hence it's showing initial configuration. We can click on next, and gives you an option here. It tells you the installation is complete. So we've gone through all the steps using the installer, and this is the final step. It tells us the installation is completed. You can copy the log to the clipboard. You can start MySQL Workbench after the setup. You can start MySQL Shell after the setup. I'm just going to uncheck that. I don't need to do that. And I'll just click finish. So this concludes the download and installation of MySQL. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, I will be showing you how to download and install MySQL database on Mac OS. I have got the address displayed on the screen that will take us to the download site. Before you download the MySQL for Mac, it's good to check what version of Mac OS you are running, and you can do that just by clicking on the Apple icon on the top of your screen under preferences, and just click on About Mac. It will bring you this view here, and my version is 10.13. so check the version you have got. So this is the download page for MySQL, which is mysql.com. So once you land on this page, click on the downloads button, and that will show you the different products that you can download. Some of the products are commercial. It tells you there, like that is commercial. The enterprise version is commercial, so we want the free version that we don't need to pay for, which is this one here. It's called MySQL Community Edition. So click on that, and that will show you the download options. So what we want is a MySQL Community Server. Current version as of the time I am making this video is 8.0.11. So click on MySQL Community Server, and that will give us some options here. So you can read through if you wish to do so, and it tells you installation instructions and stuff. So but what we really want is this. I've already checked the version of Mac I have got. Make sure on the operating system you've got the Mac OS selected, and here you can see it says packages for High Sierra 10.13, which is what I got, is compatible to this one. So make sure you click on the download that says DMG file, okay, which is disk image file. Click on that, click on download, and that will begin the download. Before the download will begin, you will get a prompt to say begin your download. It's asking you to either log in or sign up, but you can skip that by clicking on this link that says no thanks, just start my download, and that will start the download. So you can see the download has started. Okay, that's my download there. We'll give it a few minutes to complete. Once the download has completed, you can just double click to run the DMG file. So I'm just going to double click, and you can see here is opening the MySQL Mac OS DMG file. So this is the package. Just double click on the package to run the installation. So once you double click on the package, you can just click continue and click continue again. These are the steps that it will take you through to complete the installation. So click continue and click continue again. You can say I agree. Click install. Tells you it will take this amount of disk space, so make sure you have enough disk space. You can change the installation location if you wish to do so, but I'll recommend you just accept the default. Click install. It will prompt you for your password. Just enter your password to progress with the installation. Click install, and it's doing the installation. We'll just give it a few minutes to complete, and it's asking you here to use a strong password. It's giving you guidelines of how to set up your password. Click next. Then you have to enter a password. The username for you to log into the MySQL is called root. So you need to enter a password that you want to use with it. So make sure you enter a password that will be easy for you to remember. So I'm going to enter my password, and there's an option here that is checked. It says start MySQL Server once the installation is complete. So if you don't want it started, you can uncheck that. Click finish, and it's asking for your password again for your Mac. So this is your Mac password. So enter that in and click OK. And you can see it's performing initial database setup. So it's doing the configuration at the moment. We'll give it a few minutes to complete that. All right, so it seems to have done it. It says thank you for installing MySQL Server. So you can click on close. It says, do you want to move the MySQL community installer to the trash? Yes, because we finished it, so we can move to trash. Excellent. So that completes the installation of MySQL on a Mac. To check that you've got MySQL running, you can go into your preferences. So just open up your preferences tab, and inside the preferences you should see the MySQL icon. So click on that, and you can see here it tells you that you have an active instance of MySQL 8.0.11 which is currently running. You can see here you've got this box checked which says start MySQL when computer starts up. Okay, so you've got the path here as well to where the installation is held. So that's the instance that you've got configuration settings as well, so you can look at the various configuration settings for MySQL. So that's it for this video on the installation of MySQL on a Mac. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. I will be introducing you to MySQL Workbench. What is MySQL Workbench? MySQL Workbench is a comprehensive visual administrative tool. It can be used for database design and modeling. It can be used for SQL development. It can be used for database administration and also to connect to different databases. You can use it to perform database backup and restore. You can also use it for database migration. It is a very powerful tool that has a bunch of integrated tools for administrative purposes. So it's very, very useful for database administrators, for database architects, for developers, programmers, analysts, and anyone who works with database. It's a useful tool that you can use to perform all your database related administrative tasks. It also comes with an editor that you can use to query and manipulate the database. If you installed MySQL using the MySQL installer, it will also install the MySQL Workbench. So I'm going to access it, go into my all programs, and I'm using a Windows 10 machine. So I'm just going to scroll down and look for MySQL folder. So this is MySQL folder. If I expand that, you should see I have got MySQL Workbench, which is this one, version 8.0. So I'm going to click to launch it. So when you first launch the MySQL Workbench after the installation, this is what the screen looks like. So you've got different tabs here. You've also got some information in this area that says welcome to MySQL Workbench. So it gives you a brief description here, what to expect. Also here in this area here, it tells you you have a local instance of the MySQL router and give you the username to log into a database. And you've got an option to read the blog, discuss on the forums, and so on. So these tabs here are quite useful. If you want to script, you can click on the scripting tag. It gives you different options for scripting. There's an help menu also you can look through, and there is a MySQL Workbench forum. There's a blog, different tools, configuration. If you want to set up backup connections, restore connections, if you want to start the shell, if you want to connect to a database, let's try and connect to a database. So I'm going to click connect to database, and it's going to give me this option. If you've already connected to a database before, it will save the connection there. So I'm going to click on the drop down. I've only got one database, which is local instance. Okay. And then you have different options here. So you can click on the advanced if you want to. I would just focus on the default for now. It tells you the host name is localhost because you're running it locally. And that's the port is running on. The username is root. And if you press OK, it should give you an option for your password. So I click OK and it will give me option to log in. So I just need to enter the password I entered during the installation of the MySQL configuration. So I've entered my password. I would not recommend you use this option to save the password in the vault. What that does, if you save the password, then it does not prompt you anymore for your password. That can be a safety issue in case someone grabs hold of your laptop or your computer, then they'll be able to access your database. So I don't recommend you use that option. So I'm going to click OK to connect me to my database. You can see here I've logged into my database successfully. So it tells me the status of the server, give me different database options here. So this is just a quick tour of the MySQL workbench, but feel free to go through at your own convenience. And there is a useful help option here. Just search for anything you're not sure of and just experiment by going through the various tabs you have. And also the icons here, if you put your mouse over it, it gives you a description of what each of these little icons do. So that's it for this quick introduction to MySQL Workbench. Thank you for watching and bye for now. Anything you need to do on the MySQL database, you're going to be doing it using the MySQL Workbench. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to create a new database and table inside MySQL Server. We are going to connect to MySQL Server using the MySQL Workbench, which is this here. So I'll click on MySQL Workbench to launch it. Inside MySQL Workbench will be your connections to the MySQL Server. So I've got two connections. So I'm going to click on this one that says local instance. The root here is the username and it tells me the port number that the server is running on. So I'm going to click on this here to give me access to login. So I need to enter my password. My username here, it says root. Once I've entered my password, I click OK and that should take me in. So now I'm into the MySQL Server. These are all the databases I currently have. Databases can also be referred to as schemas. So what I need to do is create a new database using an SQL command. I have added the SQL command. So this is a command. So you type in create, you do a space, database, and then you say if not exist. Basically what this means is that if that database does not exist, then create it. If it does, it will abort it. All right. So sometimes some database systems have this option where you can type if not exist, which checks first to see that that database doesn't exist before it tries to create it. And the name of the database is going to be My Books. So I'm just going to click on this icon here to execute, and it tells you here what it has done. So if I refresh this list here, just click on this refresh, and we should see the database I've just created. That's it there, called My Books. All right, so we've just created a new database called My Books. Next thing I'm going to do is create a table inside this database. I have added the SQL command to create a new table inside the database we've just created. So on line 1 here, I'm saying create table if not exists. So if the table doesn't exist, I want it to be created inside the database called my books, which is also referred to as a schema. Then you do a dot followed by the name you want to call the table. I want to call the table books. And then in parentheses is where you add the columns. So the first column is going to be an ID column. It's going to be an integer data type. I don't want it to be empty. That means a value must be entered. That's what I've got, not null. I've got auto under increment. That means I want the records to automatically increase. So the first record will have a number of 1. Second record inserted in the database, we have a number of 2, and so on. That's what this auto increment does on this column called ID. I also want this column called ID to be the primary key so that every record inside that column is unique. So we've got a comma. The second column is going to be the title column. The data type I want inside that column is going to be a varchar, and the maximum characters I'm going to allow is 255. That's the maximum anyway. You do a comma, and then the next column I want for that table is the author column, and that's going to have a varchar data type with the maximum character length of 255. You do a comma, and the final column I want in my table is the ISBN column. So it's going to be an integer data type. So this is this query that will create the new table for me. So I'm just going to highlight all of it and just click on this execute button, and that should create the table. So what I need to do now is refresh my database. I'll say refresh all, and if I click on this angle button here and click tables, you can see here it's created a new table for me called my books. If I expand that, you can see the columns of the table. Let me bring that up a bit. So if I click columns, you see the ID, the title, the author, the ISBN number. All right, so we've successfully created a database and a table inside MySQL Server. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome. In this video, we are going to create a database configuration file that we will import into our Python file as a module in order to interact with the database. So to create a database configuration file that you can import into your Python file as a module, you need to create a new Python file. So I've created a file here called MySQL_config.py. So this is a Python file, and inside the Python file, I've got my dictionary. So this is the name of the dictionary, dbconfig, and these are the parameters for connecting to the database server. So the user name is root. My password, I've set it to my password. You always have to do a comma after each parameter, and then the host is going to be localhost. You do a comma, and the name of the database is called my books. All right, so this is a Python dictionary which contains the credentials to connect to the MySQL Server database. All right, so we'll save this, and to connect and interact with the MySQL database from Python file, we will have to import this into our Python file as a module. I have saved the Python file into my project directory, which is this directory here. So this is the configuration file that I've just created called MySQL_config. So that's it for this video on creating a database configuration file. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to install the MySQL connector inside a virtual environment. The MySQL connector is the adapter that we need in order to interact with the MySQL Server database from Python. I have already created a virtual environment and I called it MySQL env. I showed you in a previous video how to create a virtual environment. I have also activated the virtual environment, so all I have to do now is install the MySQL connector inside the virtual environment. So this is my virtual environment activated. You can tell it's activated because it's got the name of the virtual environment in parentheses. So what I need to do now is just add the command that will install the MySQL connector in the virtual environment. So this is a command. You type in pip space install space MySQL dash connector dash Python, and then you press enter, and that should fetch that package and install it inside the virtual environment so that it is isolated in that environment. So it's important that when you're running your Python file to connect to the MySQL database, you run it inside the virtual environment activated, because that's where you've installed the MySQL connector. So that's it for this video. In this video, we successfully installed the MySQL connector. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to make some modifications to the Python file we used to interact with Microsoft SQL Server from Python. We're going to adapt that file so that we can connect to MySQL Server. A lot of the code in that file is going to be used in order to interact with MySQL Server, but we need to change some bits and pieces, change the connection settings and other bits and pieces so that we can interact with MySQL Server. So this is my project directory, and this is the file here we are going to modify. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to make a copy of this Python file called my books. I'm going to right click, copy, and just paste that in the same directory. And you can see here it's got copy. I'm just going to rename that and click rename. And I'll just change that. I'm going to add an underscore. So I'll say my books underscore MySQL. All right. So that is going to be the name of this file. So this is the file that we're going to modify. It's a copy of this mybooks.py. So this is what we'll be using to connect and interact with MySQL Server. So I just need to open this in my text editor and we can start making some modifications to the file. So I've opened up the file in my text editor. So let's make some modification. The first modification is going to be on line number 4. I'm going to change this from MySQL Server to MySQL. That was the name I called the configuration file. So I called it MySQL underscore config. I just want to make sure I've got the right name. Yeah, MySQL underscore config. All right, so from MySQL underscore config, I am importing this dictionary called dbconfig. And then on line number 5, I'm going to import the MySQL connector. So I'm going to change that. So where it says import pypy, I'm going to change that import to say MySQL dot connector. All right. And I am going to leave this alias just to make things easy within the code. So anywhere you see PYO is it's an alias for this MySQL dot connector. we need to make some changes to this function here called insert, which is the method inside the class called bookdb. In MySQL, the blank values are represented differently. You don't use question mark. MySQL uses a %. So with MySQL, we're going to change that to a %, %s. This is how MySQL represents its own format. And then I'll change that to %s. And this one also to %s. So this is how MySQL represents its own blank values. And I need to do the same to the update function here, this update method. Anywhere we have the question mark, we have to replace it with the %s. So on line 36 here, I'm going to replace this question mark with a %s. And here for the author, I'll do the same thing, replace that with a %s. And also for the ISBN, we replace that with %s. All right, so we've got title, %s, comma, author, %s, ISBN, %s. And the ID also going to replace this question mark with %s. Also in the delete method, where we've got the ID, we've got to replace this question mark with %s as well, so that it complies with MySQL format. So that should be all the changes. So just click File and Save. And in the next video, we will test the connection to the MySQL database to make sure it works. And then we can start interacting with the database from this Python file. Thank you for watching, and bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to test the connection to the MySQL server from our Python file. So I'm going to run the Python file from inside my virtual environment because I installed the MySQL connector inside the virtual environment. So I called my Python file my books underscore mysql.py, and I just press enter to launch, and you can see it's launched the application front end without any error message. And as you can see here, it says you have connected to the database, and this is the connection details. So this proves that we have successfully connected to the MySQL Server database from our Python file. The next thing I want to do, I'm going to open up MySQL. This is MySQL Workbench, which is a tool you use to interact with MySQL Server. So we're going to run a quick query on the database table to make sure the table is empty. So I'm going to open up a new query tab by clicking on this here, and I'll paste the query in. This is a query. Select means retrieve. Asterisk means retrieve every record from this database called my books and this table called books. So if I execute that, if there's anything you can see here, it's just returned the empty columns in the table. So there is no data in the table. In the next video, we are going to start interacting with this database table by inserting some records into the table. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to start interacting with the MySQL Server database from our Python application front end. So we're going to be inserting some records into the database table. So I have launched the application. So I'm going to be adding some values to the title, to the author, and to the ISBN entry boxes. And then once I've entered the values, I'm going to click on this Add Book button, and that should insert the record into the database table. So I've added some values for the first book I want to insert into the database. For the title, I've typed in this, and for the author, I've got this, and for the ISBN, I've got this. The ISBN number is not a real ISBN number. This is just a number I have made up, but the title is an actual book and the author is an actual author, but the ISBN number is not accurate. This is just a fictitious ISBN number. I just want to keep the ISBN numbers for this project to 7 digits. So I need to click on the Add Book button, and if successful, I should get a pop-up dialog box. It tells me here, new book added to the database. I click OK, and it pops the details of the insertion in the list box. So I can clear the screen. Now, if I click View All Records, it should bring that record from the database. You can see here it's got record 1, and this is what I have just inserted. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to insert a few more records. I have added some more records into the database. So to view all the records I added, I'll click on this View All Records button, and that will fetch all the records from the database. So you can see here I added 9 records into the database. So let's take a look at the database server. So I'm going to run this query here so as to see what we have in the database. Although we can see it from the front end of the application, I want to see it inside the back end, which is the database. So I'm going to click to execute the query. And as you can see here, we've got all the data listed. So this is the data actually from the database table. And we can see all the stuff that we have added. So we have been able to interact with the database server from the front end application, where we were able to insert records into the database. In the next video, we're going to do some more interactions where we're going to modify a record from the database, and we're also going to delete a record from the database. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to continue interacting with the MySQL Server database from within our Python front-end application. I have launched the application. I'm going to click on this View All Records button to retrieve all the records from the database. I'm going to modify a record. So record number 9, I want to modify that. I want to change the title. So I'm going to click on that, and I will change the title to Gratitude Always. All right, so I'm only going to change the gratitude, but if I wanted to change the author, I could do that here. If I wanted to change the ISBN, I could do that while that record is highlighted here. So once I've done that, I click on Modify Record button, and that should says Book Updated. If I clear the screen, View All Records, you can see record number 9. I updated the title. It's now saying Gratitude Always. If you want to delete a record, it's the same process. You just click on the actual record. It's record number 9. I want to delete. I click on the Delete Record button, and it tells me Book Deleted. Click OK. If I clear the screen, view the records again, you can see record number 9 is no longer there. All right, so we've been able to add a book record to the database. We've been able to modify a record inside the database and also able to delete a record inside the database. So that is it for this video. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, I will be showing you how to install PostgreSQL. Before we can install PostgreSQL, we have to download it from the link displayed on the screen. This is the PostgreSQL website. There is an option here to download. There's also a download option here. So I'm going to click on this option to download, and you are given this download page. Depending on your operating system, there are different options. If you are using a Mac, a Linux based computer, Solaris, or Windows. So I'm using Windows based computer. So I'm going to click on the link for Windows. If you're using a Mac, just click on the link for a Mac OS. So I'll click the Windows link, and that will give me the Windows installer. So you install it via an installer. You have to download the installer and then you install. I'm going to click on this option here, the link to download the installer. I'll click on that, and that will take me to another page. This page contains the different versions of the PostgreSQL database, and the download links have different options for different versions. Here we've got the versions. The most latest version is version 2.2, and you have the various operating systems here. So where you see not applicable, it means there is no download link for that version for this Linux operating system. And also for 12.2, there's nothing for Linux 32-bit and 64-bit. If you're on a Mac, there is a download link for Mac OS X to download the latest version of PostgreSQL, which is version 12.2. If you are using a Windows computer, a 64-bit Windows computer, then there is a link to download the latest. If you are using a 32-bit Windows computer, there is no link for that if you're using 32-bit. For version 11.7, if you're using a Windows 32, there is no link for that. Also Linux 32, no link for that. And Linux 64-bit, there's also no link for that. To check if you're using a 32-bit or 62-bit operating system on a Windows-based computer, you have to go to your control panel and go to the system option. And within the system and security option, you click on system, and that will display the information here. So if you look here, it tells me here that my system type is 32-bit operating system. The suitable download link for my operating system is this one here. So I'm going to be downloading version 10.12. If your system requirements allows you to download the latest version, which is 12.2, I would strongly recommend you click on that download link. For me, this is the latest version I can download that my operating system allows. So I'm going to click on this download option here to start the download. So my download has completed. That's my download file here. On this page here, it also gives you installation instructions. So I'm just going to double click to start the installation. On the setup page here, just click next, and then you'll be prompted for a location. Just accept the default location where it's going to install it. I'll click next, and then you have the different options. It's going to install, these are all the components. It's going to install PostgreSQL Server, pgadmin4. pgadmin4 is the tool that you use to administer the PostgreSQL server, and it's going to add the stack builder and the command line tool. Just accept everything and click next, and then you have to enter a password. This password is important. Make sure you remember it. It's going to be the password for the database super user, and the database super user is called Postgres. So the password you set here is what you're going to use each time you log into the database as the Postgres user, which is a super user account. Once you've entered the password and confirmed the password, click next, and then it tells you this is the default port that the PostgreSQL server listens for. So you leave that unchanged, click next, and then just accept the default, click next, and then click next, and we'll wait for the installation to continue. The setup has finished installing the PostgreSQL on my computer. There is a check on this option here. Stack Builder basically is a tool that can be used to download and install additional tools, drivers, and applications to complement your PostgreSQL installation. If you want to do that, you leave that checked. If you don't want to do it, just uncheck it. I'm going to leave it checked and just click finish. That will then give you this screen here. This is the Stack Builder screen where you can install additional software to complement your PostgreSQL. So in the drop down here, there's an option for remote server. I'm not on a remote server, so I'll click on PostgreSQL 10, which is on my local machine, and it's listening on port 5432. If you want to add proxy servers, there's an option to add proxy servers. I'm going to click next. It then presents you with different applications that you may want to install. It's best to click on the plus sign on each one to check the one you want to install. So I'm just going to expand each one. Under database drivers, if you want to use any of these database drivers, you just click on the box to check it, and that will install it. Under database servers, if I scroll down here, you can see here it says this one is already installed, which is the 32-bit I have installed. If I wanted to install version 9.4, 9.5, 9.6, I just click on the checkbox and that will install it. There is this one for registration. I'm just going to click down, expand that. And if I look in there, there's nothing there I like to install. Now I look on that replication solutions. I look on that there is nothing I want to install in there for now. I don't really want to install anything. There's nothing here that takes my fancy. So I'm just going to cancel out of that. It's going to prompt me, are you sure you want to close the Stack Builder wizard? I'll say yes. In this video, we downloaded and installed PostgreSQL. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello there. In this video, I will be showing you a couple of ways to connect to a PostgreSQL database. The first is via an interactive SQL shell, which is a terminal. It's called PSQL. And the second option is by a GUI. GUI basically is a graphical user interface using the pgadmin tool. Let's try and connect to a PostgreSQL database using the PSQL tool. The PSQL is an interactive terminal program provided by PostgreSQL. So you can do a lot with it. For example, you can execute SQL statements, you can manage database objects, and so on. So let's try and play around with the tool and connect to the database. The first thing we need to do is launch the PSQL program. and you launch that from the PostgreSQL folder. So if you expand the folder and if you scroll down, you should see the SQL shell, which is PSQL. So if you click to launch the shell, so this is the shell. So the first thing you need to do basically is provide answers in different steps just by pressing tab or enter on your keyboard. So if you press enter, it will give you the name of the database. You press enter again, it will give you the port it is listening to. You press enter again, it will give you the username. Press enter and it will prompt you for a password. So you enter the password that you specified during the installation of PostgreSQL. Once you enter the password, if it's correct, it will give you this screen, and you can see you've got the hash symbol next to the Postgres, which means it is waiting for some instructions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to type in a very simple SQL statement to determine the version of PostgreSQL. So you just type in select and then you do a space, type in version. So make sure you wrap the version number in parentheses, opening and closing, and then you terminate it with a semicolon. Press enter. It will give you the version. So you can see here, this simple statement has given me the version of PostgreSQL. So you can see from here, this statement has returned one row. So we've successfully connected to the PostgreSQL database. To exit out of the program, all you need to do is hit Ctrl and C, and you will get a prompt asking you to terminate. Just hit yes and press enter, and that will terminate the program. So let's take a look at a second method we can use to connect to a PostgreSQL database using the pgadmin tool. This tool is a GUI application. That means it is a graphical user interface that you can see things in a graphical way. To access the pgadmin tool, you need to open up the PostgreSQL folder by expanding it, and you should see the pgadmin4 tool. Just click to launch the tool. It's an administrative tool, so we'll give it a few minutes to fully launch. So this is what the pgadmin tool looks like. When you launch it, you have to select an object in the tree view. This is the tree view, so you click on the plus to expand it. You can see a red cross there, which means you have not connected to the server. So if you just click on it, it will give you this pop-up box to enter your password to connect to the server. If you don't want to enter the password each time, you could click on save, but I wouldn't recommend that. It's not really a good practice, although it's okay if you're working in your own environment, but it's good to develop good practices right from the start. So I'm not going to save the password. I'm just going to enter the password I entered during the installation of the database. So I'll click OK, and you can see here it tells me the server is connected, so I can now access the database objects. You can see if I expand that, you can see all the various objects belonging to the database. We can quickly run a very basic query to test that we can communicate with the database. So in this view tree here, under databases, make sure you've got the Postgres database selected, and then under tools, click on the query tool. The query tool is where you'll execute your query. So let's type in a simple query. So I'll do select, I'll do a space, I'll type in version, and then wrap it round parentheses, and then I will add a semicolon. So this, if you just press this here, this little symbol that looks like a lightning ball, and that will execute the query for you. All right, so it has now executed the query. So if you put your mouse over the output here, you can see the output that was returned, which is this text displayed there. So we've successfully been able to determine the version of the Postgres database from a very simple query. To exit the pgadmin tool, you just click on the X and it will ask you a prompt. Are you sure you want to leave? Just say leave, and that exits the application. You can also connect to a PostgreSQL database from other applications. So any applications that supports the ODBC driver or the JDBC driver can be used to connect to a Postgres database server. In addition, if you develop an application that uses an appropriate driver, the application can connect to the PostgreSQL database server using that driver. So let me quickly explain what ODBC and JDBC is. ODBC stands for Open Database Connectivity. It is an open standard application programming interface, which is API, that is used for accessing a database. JDBC stands for Java Database Connectivity, which is an application programming interface as well, API, for programming language Java. There's a programming language called Java. So it defines how a client can access a database. So it's basically a Java-based data access technology used for Java database connectivity. In this video, you have learned how to connect to Postgres database server by using different client tools, which included PSQL and pgadmin tool. Okay, I also briefly introduce you to ODBC and JDBC. So these are APIs that can be used to connect to Postgres database from other applications. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. We are going to create a new database and table inside the PostgreSQL server. To connect to PostgreSQL server, you need to use the pgadmin4 tool. So I'm going to click on it to launch the pg4 admin. So it launches in a web browser window. You can see the address here, and then we can connect to the Postgres server. So click on the plus sign where it's got servers. You can see this red cross, which indicates that you're not connected to the server. So if you click on the plus next to the server name, it gives you a dialog box to connect. So you just need to type in your password. Once you have your password, enter, just click OK, and that should connect you. You can see the bottom here, it says server connected. So I've already got some databases in here already. These are some databases I've used for other projects. To create a new database, you highlight this databases icon, right click on it and go create and click database. And in the dialog box, all you need to do is give the database a name. Once you have given the database a name, just click on this save button, and that should save the name of the new database into the database list. So you can see here the icon now has changed from 9 to 10, which indicates that you can see here that's my new database called My Books. So the next thing to do is to create a table inside this new database called My Books. And I'm going to use an SQL command to do that. To create the database table inside the new database, I need to highlight the database, which is this, to connect to it. And then on this tab here, I'll click on Tools and I'll click on the Query tool, which will enable me to execute the SQL command inside this database. You can see here it's got the name of the database, My Books on PostgreSQL. So I'm just going to paste in the command here. So this is a command. I'm going to create a table if it does not exist. And the name of the table is going to be Books. It's going to have the following columns. You add the parentheses at the beginning and you've got the closing parentheses here on line number 2. The first column inside this table called Books is going to be ID. It's going to have a data type of integer, which is numerical. I don't want the column to be null. That means a value must be entered. I'm going to make it the primary key column, which means all the records inside that column is going to be unique. The second column is going to be the title column. It's going to be a varchar data type. Maximum characters is going to be 255, comma. Next column, author. The data type I expect in that column is varchar, and the maximum characters allowed is 255. You do a comma, and the final column is going to be the ISBN, and this is going to accept an integer as the data type. So once you're ready, just highlight the query, click on this icon here that looks like a lightning bolt, and that will execute the query. You can see here it has executed the query. So what I now need to say is query returned successfully. So if we refresh the database, I'm going to right click and go refresh. And under the database here, if you click on schema and click on public, and inside that public, click on tables, and you can see the table I've just created called Books. And these are the columns in the table: ID, title, author, and ISBN. So that's it for this video. We created a new database and table inside PostgreSQL Server. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to create a sequence for the ID column in our database table. A sequence is basically a special data type that is created in order to generate unique numeric identifiers in the PostgreSQL database. So the sequence we're going to create, we're going to alter the database table so that it is used on the ID column. And we're going to use that to create a kind of numbering system for the records that are inserted into the database. So it will control the numbering. So the first record will have a number of 1, second record will have a number of 2 based on the sequence. So when you create a sequence, you have to have a start point and an increment point where you increase each time a record is inserted. So let's go ahead and create the sequence. To create a sequence on the table, I have added the SQL query. So this is the query. You can see here, I'm creating the sequence on my database. You can see the name of the database, My Books on PostgreSQL. So to create a sequence, you type in the word create, space, and then the word sequence. and then you give the sequence a name, and I'm calling my sequence books_SEQ. When you create a sequence, you have to have a starting point. So line number 2 here, I've got start. So the sequence is going to start from 1. And then you also have to have an increment. On line 3 here, the increment is going to be 1. What that means is that the first record inserted in the database table will have a number of 1. And then the next record will be increased by 1. So that becomes record number 2 and so on. All right, so I'm just going to highlight this query and execute it by clicking on this lightning bolt. And that tells you here that the query returned successfully. Okay, now the next thing to do is to alter, because we've already created our table. So we need to alter the table using the alter statement to incorporate this sequence we've just created. So I've added this code here on line number 5, this line of script here is going to utilize the sequence we created above. So in order to add it to the column for the table, you need to use the alter table statement. So line 5 here, I'm saying I'm going to alter this table called books, and I'm going to alter the column called ID, and I'm going to set the default to next val, which means next value, and in parentheses are passing the name of the sequence, which is books_SEQ. What that means is that any record you insert, the sequence will be activated. The first record will have a numerical number of 1 for that row. If you insert another record, the next value will be fetched. That becomes number 2, because when I created the sequence, you can see on line number 3 here, I set the increment to 1. That means it will increase by 1 for each record. So I'm going to highlight this line of code here and then click on this icon here to execute it. You can see here it says alter table, query returned successfully. So now I've altered the table to utilize the sequence, which will create a kind of automatic numbering for any records inserted into that table. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to create a PostgreSQL configuration file that we will import into our Python file as a module in order to connect to the PostgreSQL database server from our Python application. I have already created the configuration file. I called it Postgres_config. So let's take a look at the file. So this is what the file contains. It contains a Python dictionary, which is called dbconfig. And these are the keys and these are the values. So we've got the user is going to be Postgres, password is going to be this, the host is going to be localhost, the database name is called my books, and the port that the server is running on is 5432. So these are the configuration settings. So this Python file is going to be imported into our Python file that runs our application. And we're going to import this module into that file in order to interact and connect to the database. That's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to install SQLite inside a virtual environment. Python has various database drivers that you can use for connecting PostgreSQL to Python. The most common and popularly one is the SQLite. So we're going to install that inside a virtual environment. I have already created a virtual environment and I called it Postgres env. I've also activated it. In previous videos, I showed you how to create a virtual environment. So this is the virtual environment. You can see that the virtual environment has been activated. That is the name of the virtual environment. So the next thing I want to do is install that driver using pip. So I have added the line here, pip space install scicop2. This is the database driver that will allow connectivity from Python to PostgreSQL Server. So I'm going to press enter to install the package. So you can see it's collecting the package, and here it says successfully installed the package. So that's it for this video. We successfully installed the scicop2 driver, the database driver that will enable us to talk to the PostgreSQL server from our Python application. Thank you for watching, and bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to modify our Python application file so it can connect and interact with PostgreSQL Server. This is my projects directory. I'm going to make a copy of this file called mybooks_MySQL, and then just change the name to Postgres. So I'll click paste. So you can see this is a copy. I'm just going to rename that. So I've changed the name to mybooks_Postgres. So I'm going to open up this file inside my text editor. So I've opened up the file in my text editor. You can see the name of the file, mybooks_postgres.py. I'm going to change this MySQL connector. So rather than MySQL connector, I'm going to type in PSYCOPG2. And I'm going to leave the alias so that it makes the rest of the code easier. MySQL and Postgres kind of like use the same kind of formatting. So the formatting I've used here for MySQL, I'm going to use the same for Postgres. So I'm not going to change anything. And also for the update, I'm going to use the %s. And for the delete, I'm going to use the %s. There is one more important change. If not, we will not be able to connect to the server. Line number 4, I need to change that from MySQL. I think I call the configuration file Postgres_config. I'm just going to confirm that. And you can see here the configuration file is called Postgres_config. So make sure you change that. So we've made 2 changes to this file, line number 4 and line number 5. All right, once you've got that, just click File and Save. In the next video, we will test the connection to the server. Thanks for watching, and bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to test the connection to our PostgreSQL server from our Python file. So we have to run the Python file from the virtual environment. So you can see my Postgres virtual environment is activated. I just need to run the Python file and just press enter, and that should launch. You can see the front end has launched, okay, which indicates it's okay. And then we can see the connection details. All right, it tells me here you've connected to the database, and these are the connection details here printed out. And that's the DSN, that's the user is called Postgres. Password is blurred out. This is the database name called MyBooks. The host is called localhost, and the port is running on is 5432. So we've successfully connected to the PostgreSQL database server from our Python application file. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to interact with our PostgreSQL database server from our Python application. So I have connected to the application. So I'm going to interact with the server. I'm going to insert some records inside the database server. But I just want to quickly run a quick query so that we make sure there's nothing in the database table. So this is a query here that will select all the records from the table called books. So I'm just going to click on this icon here, and you can see here it's just returned the ID, the title, the author, and the ISBN without any data. That's because the table is empty. So I'm going to start adding some records. I'm going to add a value for the title, the author, the ISBN, and then I will click on this Add Book button to insert the record into the database. I have added some values to these input entry boxes. For the title, I've entered this text. For the author, I've entered that. For the ISBN, I've entered that. The ISBN is not an actual IBM. This is just a fictitious ISBN number. For this project, I'm trying to keep my ISBN numbers to 7 digits, so they are not real numbers, but the title here and the author, they're actually real titles. So I need to click on the Add Book button to insert that record. It tells me new book added. I click OK, and it pops it in there. All right, so I'm going to clear the screen, and I'm going to click on this button to retrieve the record we've just added into the database. You can see here, say record number 1, which is achieved because of the sequence we applied to the ID column, and it says, gives me the details of what I've just inserted. So I'm going to clear the screen, and I'm going to insert some more records into the table. So I've added a few more records into the database. To see all the records inside the database, I'm going to click on this View All Records button, and that will bring all the records. These are the records I have inserted into the database. In the next video, we are going to continue with more interaction with the database from our application. We're going to learn how to modify a record that is in a database, and also how to delete a record that is inside a database. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we're going to continue interacting with the PostgreSQL database server from our Python application. In the previous video, we inserted some records into the database server. So if I click on this View All Records button, it should bring all the records from the database. So we can quickly go over to the database server and run this query to see the actual records in the database. So I'm going to click on this to run the query. So you can see the records inside the database. These are all the records here that we have inserted into the database. This time I want to modify a record. So I want to update an existing record inside the database. So this record here, record number 8, that says test book, I'm going to make some changes to that. So notice that when I click on that record, it pops all the details into the entry boxes, which enables me to make modifications to them. So I'm just going to change the name here from textbook to, just going to type in gratitude or something like that. So you can see here why the record is selected. I've changed the title from textbook to say gratitude always. And then I've also changed the author from test author to Rick Williams. I've left the ISBN number. If I click on the modify record, while that record is selected, it should update it. You can see the dialog box pops up to tell me the book has been updated. I'll click OK. I'll clear the screen and view records again. You can see that record number 8 that we amended is now saying gratitude always, and the author name has also changed. We can also delete a record from the database. So let's say I want to delete this record number 8 from the database. I just have it highlighted. I click the delete record button and it tells me the book has been deleted. I click OK. If I clear the screen, view all records again, you can see record number 8 is no longer present. All right, so it deletes the record from here. It also deletes it from the database server. So that is it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello there. In this video, I'll be showing you step by step how to download and install SQLite on your computer. The link to the download page is displayed on the screen. So I'm heading over to that link so we can begin the download. So this is the download page for SQLite. SQLite provides various versions for various platforms, for example, Windows, Linux, and Mac. So you should choose the relevant operating system download that you have got. I will be illustrating on a Windows-based computer. So I'm just going to look through the various download options here. We've got Android here, we've got Linux, we've got Mac OS, and then we've got Windows. And the one I am going to go for is this one here, which includes a bundle of command line tools for managing SQLite database file. This includes a command line, which is a shell program. So that's the one I'm going to go for. So I'm going to click on the download link to begin the download. It's 1.6 megabyte in size. So that's the download there. I'll just give it a few minutes to complete. So let me browse to the location of the downloaded file, and it's in my downloads directory. So that is my downloaded file here. And now we can progress with the installation. So we are not really installing. We're not going to run any installation file as such. What we're going to do is extract the content of this file into a directory. So it will extract into its own directory. And then within that directory, there should be an executable that you can reference SQLite from. So depending on the software extraction tool you have, I am using WinRAR. That's the WinRAR icon. WinRAR is free to use. So if you haven't got it, you can download it for free. Or if you're using other software extraction tools, feel free to use whichever one you're comfortable with. So I'm just going to extract this inside the directory that downloaded it. So I'll right click and click on extract here. So it will extract into the same directory. So this is what it has extracted. If I click on it, you can see these are all the files it has. It has 3 files. And we have this SQLite 3, which is the actual executable. So what I am going to do, I'm just going to go back one to the actual folder here. I'm just going to rename this folder to SQLite. I just get rid of the other bits and pieces. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to relocate this folder to my C drive. So I'll right click, copy. You can copy or you can cut if you wish to, whatever you want to do, and then paste it in the root of your C drive. So this is my C drive here, and these are the files in my C drive. So I'm just going to right click and paste it here. So I pasted it in the root of my C drive. Now to test, to make sure that I have got SQLite accessible from my computer, I need to open up my command line, or if you're on a Mac, you use your terminal. So I've got my command prompt open. So I'm just going to navigate to my C drive where I've got the SQLite directory that I copied to. So I'll do cd ... which means move back one. I press enter, it takes me further back. cd ... and that will take me another level. So now I'm going to cd into the SQLite folder. Okay, so now I can access the SQLite folder. What I need to do is just type in the command SQLite 3 and press enter, and that will access the executable. So you should see something like this. All right, so if you can see this, it means that you are able to interact with SQLite. So what you can do if you want to find out the various commands that SQLite has, you just do a dot and type in help and press enter, and that will show you the different commands available. So if you just read through, you can see this is archive, you use to manage SQL archive, backup, and so on. So just read through the various commands are available that you can use in SQLite just by typing in this command, just by typing in help after the SQLite, and that will give you access to all these commands. So feel free to read through them at your own convenience. Now, if you want to exit SQLite, what you do, you type in a dot, type in quit and press enter, and that will quit SQLite application. So that is it for this video. In this video, I showed you how to download and kind of install SQLite. We didn't really install, but we extracted the files and we were able to interact with the SQLite executable via the command prompt or command line. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to make some modifications to our Python application file so that we can connect to an SQLite database. I'm going to open up my main project directory, which is this one here. And inside here, I've created a blank directory called SQLite. So if I click, you can see there's nothing in there. SQLite is a very small and compact database that is very portable, and it comes pre-installed or pre-built into Python. So Python has SQLite baked into it. So we don't need to install any special database driver or adapter to connect to SQLite like you have to when you're connecting to some other database systems. So what I'm going to do inside this SQLite folder, I'm going to copy this file called my books, which is a Python file, and I'll paste that into the folder called SQLite. I'm not going to change the name because it is in a folder of its own, but I will change some aspects of the content. I have opened up the file inside my text editor. I just need to make some changes. Line number 4, because we're not going to be using any configuration file, since SQLite is baked into Python, I just need to get rid of line number 4. I don't need that. But we do need to import SQLite into the file. Even though it is baked into Python, you still need to import it, and you type in SQLite 3. So we're importing SQLite 3, and I'm going to refer to it with an alias called PYO because I've already used this alias in some aspects of the code, so I just want to maintain that name. Okay, so here line number 6, we need to change this because we're not using any configuration files, we need to pass in something for the database. So the database name I'm going to use is going to be called My Books. I've not created it yet, but I need to pass in that name into this connect method so that when the database is created, the connect method will know which database it's connecting to. Inside this class here, on line 14, I need to replace this connection file with the name of the database I want to be created. So to create the database in SQLite, all I need to do is type in the name, which is mybooks.db. You must add the DB so that it creates a database. So just this line of code on line number 14 will create a database called DB inside the directory for this file. Wherever this Python file is located, that is where it will create this database called mybooks.db. I have added an extra line of code here. Line number 16, self.cursor.execute, and in between the parentheses for this execute function, I'm adding the query to create the table. So we're creating the table if it does not exist. Name of the table is going to be called books, and the columns in the table is going to be an ID, which is going to be an integer. It's going to be a primary key, and then we have a title, also title column, and the data type I'm going to have in there is going to be a text. The author also is another column, and the data type I'm going to have in there is going to be a text. I'm not using voucher because SQLite is a small database, so I don't mind using text. The ISBN number for that column, I'm going to make it an integer. So this line of code here, line 16, should create the table. And then line 17, I also added this line, self.connection.commit, so that once the table has been created, we want to commit that to the database. Those should be the only changes to this file. With SQLite, it also uses these question marks to represent blank values, just like SQL Server. So we don't need to change all those. So I'm just going to leave all those. So that should be the only changes we need to make. So I'm just going to click File and Save. So that's it for this video. In the next video, we will test this file by running it. Once we run this file, it will create the database and the table, and then we can start interacting with the database from the application front end. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to test the connection to our SQLite database from our Python application file. Let's open up the directory that contains the Python file. So the application file is inside this folder called SQLite. You can see it's just got the name of the Python file. When I run this Python file from this location in my command prompt, it will insert two files in here. The first was going to be a normal database file, and the other would just be a standard file in the same name as the database. Okay, so let's go ahead and run this file from this location inside our console. So I've navigated to the location where the file is. I just need to type in the name of the file, which is called mybooks.py, and I'll press enter. And you can see here we've connected to the database. It's printed out on the console, and this is the connection setting. So if I go back into that folder that contains this file, you will see that it has created a database file. So if I click on this SQLite, you can see here it's created, it says here database file. All right. and then it also creates another file in the same name as the database. It will only do this once, so if each time you run the file, it will notice it's already got a file in that name and a table in the table name, so it won't create it each time, because the code, if you look in the code, it says for the table, create table if it does not exist. So no matter how many times we run this file, if it knows that the table exists, it will not create it again. So we have successfully tested the connection to the database. As we can see, we're able to launch the application front end, and we are also able to get a printout in the console to say we've connected to the database, and also it gives us the connection string to that database. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to interact with the SQLite database from our Python application. I have connected to the Python application. So what I'm going to do now is try and insert some data into the database via these input entry boxes. I have added some values for these input boxes. For the title, I've added that. For the author, I've added that. The ISBN number, I've just added this number here. I'm keeping my ISBN numbers to 7 digits. So once these values are in, I can now insert them into the database using this add book button. So I'm going to click on that, and it tells me the new book has been added. I click OK. It displays the data in this list box. So I'm going to clear the screen, and if I want to check the database for that record we've just inserted, I click on View All Records, and it tells me I have one record in the database. So I'm going to insert more records into the database. I have inserted more records into the database. So to view all the records I added, I just need to click on this View All Records tab, and that button will go to the database and bring all the records. So these are all the records I have added into the database. You can also make modifications to the records inside your database. So if I want to retrieve records to modify, I'll click on View All Records. And let's say I want to modify this record number 8. I'll click on it so that it is highlighted, and then it pops the details into the relevant input boxes. So let's say I want to modify the title and the author for the selected record. All I have to do is change it inside the relevant input boxes. Once I've made the change, I click on the Modify Record button to update the record. So as an example here, for record number 8, I'm going to change the title from Test Book to Gratitude Always. So if I want to change the author, I just need to modify the details in the entry box. So I'm going to click Modify Record, and it will say the book has been updated. So if I clear the screen and go back in to view all the records, you can see that line number 8, the title has changed to this Gratitude Always. All right, so if I want to delete a record, all I need to do is highlight that record and click on the delete button to tell me the book has been deleted. I click OK. If I clear the screen, view all records again, you can see that record number 8 is no longer in the database. So I'm just going to clear the screen. So that's basically how you can interact with the database from the front end application. So we have been able to add records. We've been able to view the records in the database. We've been able to modify a record and also to delete a record. So to exit the application, you just click on this exit application button, and that will exit the application. So I'm going to click exit. So that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Bye for now. Hello there. In this video, I'll be walking you through how to install SQLite Studio. So what exactly is SQLite Studio? SQLite Studio is an SQLite database manager. So you can use it to interact with SQLite databases. You can also use the SQLite 3 command, which is useful, which is a command line shell, but there'll be times where you want to interact with the database using a graphical user interface, which is what SQLite Studio is. So let's take a look at some of the features that comes with SQLite Studio that makes it attractive to use. It is portable. What that means, you don't need to install or uninstall. You just download, you unpack, and then you run. It is also intuitive. It has an intuitive user interface. It is powerful, light, and fast. And it is cross-platform. By cross-platform, it will run on Windows, it will run on Linux, Vista, Macs, and most operating systems. So the key operating system it will run on: Windows, Linux, Macs. It is also very useful. You can use it to export to various types of formats. For example, you can use it to export SQL statements, comma separated file, which is CSV. You can export HTML, XML, PDF, JSON files, and so on. You can also use it for importing data from various types of format. And the formats could include CSV. You could even use it to import custom text files, which could include regular expressions. Another feature is that SQLite Studio is completely open source and free. So it is free to use. Open source meaning it allows various developers to contribute to make it better. You can also configure it. So it's configurable. So you can configure it with various colors, fonts, and shortcuts. So that's what SQLite Studio is. To download and install SQLite Studio, we need to go to the link that is displayed on the screen. So I am on the download page for SQLite Studio. So depending on the operating system you have, you choose the relevant download link. So I'm going to be downloading it on a Windows-based computer. So you've got options here. You can download the various links. These are the links here. I'm going to be downloading the installer. So there is a Windows installer, which is what I'm going to use. So I'm going to click to download. So that's my download. So my download has completed. So I'm just going to double click to run the installation. So I'll give it a few minutes to launch the setup. So is launch the SQLite setup. So I just click on next. I'll just minimize this so we can have the screen here. Now here it says register the following file extensions with SQLite Studio. I don't want to do that. I'm going to uncheck that. The reason being, I have got other database systems on my computer, so I don't want them all linking to SQLite Studio because of this DB extension. So I'm going to uncheck that for me. And this is the directory is going to install it to. So I'm going to click next and just click next and click install. If you get a Windows prompt, just press yes to continue. We'll give it a few minutes and it should say completing the SQLite Studio wizard. You can leave the check mark on there and click finish, and that will launch the SQLite Studio. So give it a few minutes to launch the application. You get a prompt to choose your language. You can click on the drop down to see the various languages. If you're happy with that, just click OK and it will launch. So this is basically what the interface looks like. So that is it for this video. In this video, I walked you through the download and installation of SQLite Studio, which is a GUI. GUI stands for Graphical User Interface, which can be used to manage SQLite database. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. I'll be introducing you to DB browser for SQLite. So what exactly is DB browser for SQLite? It is basically a high quality visual open source tool that can be used to create, to design and edit database files that are compatible with SQLite. So in a nutshell, it is a database management tool that you can use to administer SQLite databases. So it also has a graphical user interface, which is known as a GUI. So with this tool, developers can create databases, they can search and edit data, and it can also be used for different database related tasks for SQLite. You can execute SQL queries. It has a interface within the tool that enables you to write and execute SQL queries against a database in SQLite. To download DB browser, you need to go to this link, which is sqlitebrowser.org. So let me head over to the page. This is the official page for DB browser, where you can read more about the browser. We have different options here for download depending on your operating system. Some of these links here may be broken, so they may not necessarily work. They don't always work, but there are ones I know that do work most of the time is the ones on this side. So the nightly builds here, basically it says nightly builds for Windows and OS X can be downloaded here. So these are basically the latest builds. So click on this link here, and depending on your operating system, I am using a Windows computer, which is a 64-bit. So I'm going to be downloading this link. So download the link relevant to your system. It's giving me the option of an MSI, and it's also giving me the option of a zip. So just use whichever one you want. I'm going to go for the MSI. So I'm going to click on that to begin the download. So that's the download beginning. So I'm just going to give it a few minutes to complete, and then I will run the installation or the MSI file. So my download has completed. So I'm just going to double click to run the file. Now, because of the type of file, your operating system may complain. It may think it is harmful to your computer and will not let you run it. So you can bypass that. If you're on the Windows, just click on this more info option, and then you can click on run anyway. So it's basically telling you that it thinks the application is unregistered. So if you want to run, just click run anyway, which I'm going to do, and that will start the installation. It says welcome to the DB browser for SQLite setup wizard. Click next. Just accept the license terms and click next, and give you, if you want to put a shortcut on your desktop, you can stick that on there, and then the other bits and pieces you can, it tells you here, the page allows you to choose the shortcuts for each application and where to place them. So DB browser SQLite, I want to put it on the desktop, and then you've got DB browser. I'm not going for that one, so make sure you've got this bit here checked if you want it on your desktop. I'm going to click next and click next and click install. So you may get the Windows option again. It says setup must update the files or services that cannot be updated. Click OK and just give it a time to complete the installation. So it has completed the installation. You can see here it's put an icon on my desktop for SQLite. And if you don't want to run it immediately, you can uncheck that. But I'm going to leave that checked and click finish, and that will open up the SQLite. It says you must restart. Network is not accessible. You can restart your system if you get prompted to do so. You can do that at a later time. There's no big rush. It will still open up the interface. So this is basically what the interface looks like. And this here called execute is basically where you will execute your database queries. So that's it for this video on DB browser for SQLite. Thanks for watching. Bye for now. Hello and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to view the data we have inside the SQLite database, and we're going to view them using two tools. We're going to use the DB browser for SQLite and also the SQLite Studio. Let's take a look first at where the database is stored. So I'm going to open up my directory, project directory, and I've got a file called SQLite. And inside this SQLite directory, we've got two files. Notice this one here called my books. That's the name of the database. So this is an actual database file. It does contain records. You can see here it's got a size of 8 KB. We've got the main database file that has 0 records. So the records are actually inside this file, okay? But the file references the database. So this is what we're going to be trying to retrieve and then view the records inside this file. All right, so let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to use DB browser first. So this is the shortcut for DB browser for SQLite. So I'm just going to launch it. So this is what the DB browser for SQLite looks like. Next thing I'm going to do is click to open the database. So it takes me to the location. So I have to browse to the location. It's inside this directory called bookdb, and this is the name of the record. You can see here it's only showing the database file. So on this drop down here, I'm going to click on the drop down to show all files. And the file I want is this file, which contains some data. You can see it's got 8 KB. So I need to select that and click open. And you can see here it opens up the database table. All right. So I want to run a quick query to check what's inside. So I'll click on this execute SQL. Click on that. I'm just going to paste the query into it, and it says select star from books, which means select all the records from this database table called books. And then I'll click on this here to execute. You can see here now is retrieve all the records. You can see I've got 7 records inside that database table. So that's how you can view the database records using the DB browser. When you're done, you can exit the DB browser just by clicking on this file option here. And there is an option to close database. You can close the database and then file and then exit. Let's try and view the database records using the SQLite Studio. So I've got the shortcut to the SQLite Studio on my desktop. I'm just going to click to launch it. And this is what it looks like. I've already got a database here, which is not the one I want. So to go to the database I want, I click on this database icon here and click add a database. And then I'm going to browse by clicking on this icon here to where the database is. So it takes me to the directory of my folder, and it's only showing one file. So to see all the file, I click on this drop down and click all files, and I want the actual file that contains the data. All right, so I click on that and I click open. I can test the connection. If I want the connection to be permanent, I can have this checked, but I don't want it to be permanent, so I'll uncheck it. I'm just going to click to test. You can see I've got a green tick, which means it's okay. I'll click OK, and then I just click on the database. You can see the table, and to run query on the database, here in the drop down, I'm going to click and select the database. I'll paste my query in, which is select star from books, and I'll run the query, and you can see all the records from the database showing here. When you're done with the SQLite Studio, you can always detach the database. You can right click and go disconnect from the database, and then you can right click and remove the database if you want. It's asking you if you want to remove. You say yes, remove, and then you can close the SQLite Studio. In this video, we were able to view the database records using the DB browser for SQLite and SQLite Studio. Thank you for watching. Bye for now.